Super Metroid, originally released in 1994 for the Super Nintendo, is still available on the 3DS and Wii U for $7.99, as well as being on the Switch as part of the Switch Online service for $20 a year. And in all likelihood will be available on whatever Nintendo puts out next, and after that, for the rest of eternity. Super Metroid is the third game in the Metroid franchise, and is the game that finally crystallized what a 2D Metroid was meant to be, as well as debatably being the first Metroidvania. In this game, you play as Samus Aran, going to planet Zebes, or Zebes, depending who you ask, to retrieve the infant Metroid from Metroid 2 that has been stolen by the same space pirates from the original game. Along the way, you'll find every ability you had in the first and second game, along with a host of new abilities, and some abilities that are innate to your character that you're never really told about, but if you know how to use them, can be used to sequence break and make the game easier. And some abilities that are shown to you in demos that no one's ever used, like moonwalking, or that trick where a super bomb can heal you. You know, the kind of mechanics in a game that make you go, wow, that's cool, and you do it once to see how it works, and then never use again. There is a fairly large map to explore for a 16-bit game, and items hidden everywhere. To open up the in-game, you first need to fight 4 major bosses, and many more sub-bosses. 2 of the major bosses you've seen before, Kraid and Ridley, but they're bigger and flashier than they were in the original game. And bigger and flashier is the best way to describe this game, because it really is just a better version of the first Metroid, and is made infinitely better than the first game by having the inclusion of a map, and, at least for the first time in America, save points. Meaning you actually know exactly where you're at, and no passwords. The difficulty is well balanced, and bombing an obstacle will generally tell you what you need to use to destroy that obstacle, with only one exception fairly late in the game. It's also worth noting that you can turn off your abilities. For example, after attaining the high jump boots, there are jumps that cannot be made with them. So, rather than these areas being inaccessible, you just have to go to the menu and turn off the high jump boots, if only for a second. The world of this game is based very loosely on the first game, as it is meant to be the same planet. Early on, you're even able to see the ruins of structures from the first game, meaning that between these ruins and the child Metroid itself, you have a lot of continuity for a game of this vintage, which, while being very commonplace now in game series, during the 8 and 16-bit eras, this was unusual. The graphics and sound were both considered amazing in their day, and have aged beautifully, with many modern 2D games taking inspiration from them, if not outright ripping them off. But is this old classic worth playing today? There are people who say this is one of the greatest games ever made. I don't know if I would go that far personally. However, I would say it is worth playing today. On a first playthrough, this game will take about 10 hours, so is easily worth the $8 asking price on the Wii U and 3DS. And if you're a Switch owner, paying for the $20 a year online service, Super Metroid is definitely one of the better games available as a bonus through that service. So I absolutely recommend Super Metroid. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Halo Infinite: The Campaign. Available on PC and Xbox platforms for $59.99. It is only the single-player campaign, as the multiplayer is being given away for free. As that is the case, we will only be discussing the single-player campaign. Gameplay-wise, Halo Infinite is very different from other Halo games. Instead of being structured as a series of levels, it is instead an open-world game, meaning that it resembles Far Cry far more than Halo. So, you go to points on the map and deal with whatever the problem is, and you can go to them in whatever order you care to. Sometimes you're aiding troops, sometimes you're unlocking a new fast travel point, and sometimes you're attacking an alien base. And there are minor things to do, like destroy propaganda towers, or find cosmetic items for the multiplayer, or unlock upgrades. But taking or destroying things on the map are pretty much it, as unlike Far Cry, you don't have little hunting quests to do upgrades or anything, or NPC quests of any kind. So you have a sci-fi themed Far Cry with less content. So your only option is combat. But there is options within combat that can be interesting. Because to go along with the new gameplay style, Master Chief has learned a few new tricks. You start the game off with Master Chief having a grappling hook. And in short order, you'll unlock deployable shields to take cover behind. A gadget that will show you where the enemies are, including stealthed enemies. And thrusters, so Master Chief can quickly jump to the side. There is certainly a time and a place for all of these gadgets, but I rarely found myself using anything other than the grappling hook, as it could get me behind cover, making the deployable cover worthless, quickly move me out of the way, making the thrusters worthless, and could be used to stun incoming enemies, a bonus no other tool offered. And the gadget to reveal the location of enemies was fairly useless, as enemies are generally coming at you once your presence is known. Now, your real motivation for actually taking points on the map is it allows you to unlock more weapons and vehicles to use at the various fast travel points. As when you start out, the only weapon you can get at a fast travel point is the humble pistol. But quickly you'll be able to get your assault rifle and sniper rifle and rocket launcher. And at certain points you can unlock alternate versions of basically every weapon in the game. Though, honestly, most of the alternate versions don't really feel all that different in use. And once you unlock a flying vehicle, you can then go from point to point on the map finding collectibles, which, as stated, are either cosmetic items for the multiplayer, or Spartan cores that upgrade your special gear, like the grappling hook. There is a story going on here, of course, but how it's actually connected to the rest of the Halo games, I'm not entirely sure, as it kinda seems like a lot of stuff happened off-screen that we're just not privy to in this game. The Covenant is nowhere to be found, instead they've been replaced by something called the Banished, which seem to be made up of all the same species that were in the Covenant, and have all the same technology as the Covenant too. But rather than being led by the floaty chair guys, instead they're led by an angry sci-fi Bigfoot. But I guess it doesn't matter, as they just serve to be the aliens that want to kill humanity. The game takes place on a brand new Halo ring, and the Banished seem to control most of it, so when you're taking points on the map, you're just killing the Banished. I won't spoil any of the later details of the story, but none of it seems all that impactful, having played through it. The graphics are very impressive, even when played on last-gen hardware, as the footage for this review all came from an Xbox Series S. It is, however, a shame that so many places in this game look so very similar. While everything looks beautiful, it would have been nice had there just been a little more variety. So, is this game worth it for its $60 price tag? Not really. While the gameplay is not bad, it is a very short game. And being a first-party Microsoft title, it won't be terribly long till it's being sold for $20. As the multiplayer is separate and being given away for free, there's not much of a reason to pick up Halo Infinite the campaign. At least not until a significant price drop. However, if you have Xbox Game Pass, you can play the Halo Infinite campaign for free. And it's absolutely worth playing for free. But then what isn't? Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Dead Space, originally released in October of 2008. At the time, it was released on all current platforms, and today is still available through Steam and Xbox platforms, retailing for $19.99 on Steam, but only $14.99 on Xbox platforms. Dead Space is an over-the-shoulder shooter, meaning that its gameplay most resembles Resident Evil 4. But it is not an exact copy of that formula. Importantly, how you dispatch of enemies is very different. Headshots are not your friend. Instead, the necromorphs of Dead Space are best dispatched by dismemberment, blowing limbs off, and you have many tools to blow limbs off with. The gimmick being that they're not traditional weapons by and large, but instead modified mining equipment. And while a few are unique, most of them adhere to your standard firearm archetypes. The plasma cutter is just a handgun. The force gun is just a sci-fi shotgun. But there are weapons like the Ripper that, at short range, seem like a fancy chainsaw, but can also launch blades across the room. All weapons can be upgraded, and all of them are equally viable choices for getting through the game. Necromorphs will also only drop ammo for the weapons that you are using, and you only find ammo for weapons you're not using in specific locations, so you will never be forced to use a weapon you are not familiar with. While the gameplay borrows heavily from Resident Evil 4, the story is more reminiscent of System Shock 2. You play as Isaac Clarke, who's sent to repair a ship that is floating dead in space. See what they did there? Bad things clearly went down on this ship. Most people are dead, and there's monsters everywhere. Isaac isn't just here to do a job, though. He's also here to find an old girlfriend. It might be a spoiler, but it doesn't go well for him. It is not just the setting that makes me compare this to System Shock 2. It also pulls the old chestnut of here's a very simple goal to accomplish, and as you're going to do it, things always get more complicated. And the simplest of tasks turns into a giant checklist. But that's not a real issue with the game, as the gameplay is good enough that having to do more of it is not a problem. It's also clear that there are some psychological ramifications to what's happening. As frequently, you find audio journals from the now-dead crew, and it's clear that many of them are not seeing the same reality. And this starts to affect Isaac as the game goes on in different ways, to a point that I'm not sure if any of the events at the end of the game actually happen or not. But I rather like having things being open to interpretation, so it's a non-issue for me. The graphics are very good for 2008. The surreal appearance of the necromorphs makes them look better today than they would if they were strictly realistic. The voice acting is good and conveys the horror and stress of the situation. Sound is used to great effect to add to the mini jump scares. It seems I don't have a huge amount negative to say. I have a few minor nitpicks, but they don't ruin the game. For example, it's a little annoying that every time you see a necromorph laying on the floor, it's only playing dead. 10 times out of 10, if you shoot it, it will come and attack you. And had you tried to step over it, it would have ambushed you. And these enemies playing dead could have been used to a much greater effect, had there been some ambiguity as to if they were going to attack you or not. They could have provided you with a moment of, oh, should I waste a round to see if that thing's really dead or not? 'Cause it's like 50-50 if it is. Might be better to just hold on to that round. But, as I said, this is a very minor issue. Overall, you probably already guessed that I am recommending this game. It's easily worth the 20 on Steam and a sweetheart of a deal for 15 on Xbox platform. But if those prices seem a little too spicy for you, I have good news, because this game frequently goes on sale on both Xbox and Steam. So with a little patience, you could get it for as little as $5. I wholeheartedly recommend Dead Space. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends.
Isaac, you did it.
Subnautica, retailing for $29.99. Available for all modern platforms. Subnautica is a survival game. You are stranded on an alien, mostly ocean world. You have a life pod that was damaged getting you here. But even damaged, the life pod can produce medkits for you. And it has a device on board that can make you useful things with raw materials. Unfortunately, you don't have most of the schematics for this device, so that leads you to the gameplay. You dive deep into the water to find materials, and find schematics so you can dive even deeper and find different materials to again go deeper. Unlike most survival games, there is something of a story going on here, as there are certain things you have to do to get off this planet, but I won't spoil them here. And you will also find that you weren't the only person to have ever crashed on this planet. As you go deeper and deeper into the ocean world you're in, you will find both wonders and horrors, with varied sea life, some of which resembles extinct creatures from Earth, some of which seem to be completely fantastic, with ones that are large and dangerous trying to eat you, and others that just casually swim by you without a second glance. Depending on the mode you play, you might end up eating a lot of these fish and a lot of the plants you find in the deep, or you can choose to play only worried about resources for building things and your character's health and oxygen, so you never have to eat a single fish if you don't want to. It's up to you. Or you could do the exact opposite of that and play the mode where one death is a game over and you have to start all over. So you're constantly worried about eating and drinking and not drowning, knowing that all your progress could be lost by one slip up. But that's your choice, and it's nice the game gives you the option to be like, hey, I want to play, I want a challenge, but I don't want a ridiculous challenge. Or no, I want to go as hard as you can make it, game. And in my opinion, that is difficulty selection done right. Graphically, this game is beautiful, as everything you see really looks like it's a creature that could exist down in the deep. Wrecks look appropriately wrecked, and even rusted at times. And some dangerous creatures actually look beautiful enough to draw you in, and you might not realize the danger till it's too late the first time. There is also very fitting music in this game, and it's an odd experience that the music is not always there, but when it shows up, it's always perfect for the situation, which is kind of bizarre. The only weakness to this game, as a survival game anyway, is that there is only one set map. There is no way to play with a randomized map, unfortunately. So, once you survive the planet and successfully leave the planet, you can come back, but it's the same place you've already been to, and depending on your taste in survival, that might turn off players looking for more replay value. I, however, highly recommend this game. I think it's a great deal for $30, as your first playthrough will definitely take you 30 to 40 hours. And if you're looking to find everything in the game, every wreck, and every creature, and every plant, that could take you well above 60 hours. And there's also a huge difference between playing with food and water enabled and not. I think this is a rare case where a game has the exact right price tag. $30 for Subnautica? Absolutely worth your time and money. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Donut County, originally released in August of 2018, retailing for $12.99 on most platforms, but only $4.99 on cell phones. In this game, you control a hole. Every item that falls into the hole makes the hole get slightly bigger. So the first few levels are a sort of puzzle, figuring out which items go in the hole first to expand it to get all the items. As the levels go on, the game gets more complex, where you need to make cause and effect things happen with your hole. And eventually you get the ability to launch things out of your hole, leading to some real challenges in the later levels of the game. Between levels, you have these little dialogue scenes between characters, sometimes with characters that are oblivious to the hole consuming everything, and sometimes with characters that have been consumed by the hole. These are mildly amusing and tell a cute story, but they are also unskippable, so when replaying this game, these horribly bog down the experience. The graphics on offer are both relatively simple and stylized. They very much suit the game's unique premise, which, like the graphics, is fairly simple. While this game is very entertaining, it is also very short. I was shocked that I saw the ending of this game in only my first play session. Looking at the clock, it only took about 2 hours. So, would I recommend Donut County? Well, the game is fun and has quite a bit of charm to it. Unfortunately, with only a 2-hour playtime and not a whole lot of replay value, even at $13, I can't recommend Donut County as much as I really want to. As at a price of $13, there are a lot of other options that you could play on any given platform, most of which will last longer and be a deeper experience. Now, if you saw it on sale, I would definitely say get this for $5 or less. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. Originally released in late 1992, is still available today on the 3DS eShop for $3.99. While the first Super Mario Land tried hard to be Super Mario Bros., but with a few twists, its sequel here is trying much harder to be Super Mario Bros. 3 or even Super Mario World. In fact, the sprite work in this game most resembles Super Mario World, despite being in monochrome. There is also a great deal of original sprite work, mostly for enemies that will never be seen again. Like, can you think of a time that Mario fought some ants other than this? Or these walking masks with knives in them? They seem just a little off-brand to me. But art eccentricities aside, this is a very solid game, gameplay-wise. You have 6 worlds to go along with those 6 golden coins. And each world has a gimmick. And shockingly, some of them are rather unique. Like going to a world that is apparently just a giant Mario robot. Or being shrunk down for an entire world that's just one house, but from the perspective of a bug. Or a world made of a tree. Like Dark Souls, but 20 years earlier. But there's also kinda cliché worlds of space and water. And kinda generically horror-themed, but not in like the Boo House way. So you'll get through all of these worlds, where fire flowers will give you a little feather on your head for some reason, and the flying power-up gives you bunny ears, cause bunny ears totally equates to flight apparently. I shouldn't be so harsh, makes about as much sense as the raccoon tail did. But once all the worlds are beaten and you have your 6 golden coins, you get to the most important addition to the Mario universe. Wario as the final boss. Here he just seems like a heavier version of Mario, as it was before most of his characteristics had been established. Nonetheless, this is a great 2D platformer to play on the go, and for only $4 on your 3DS, it's absolutely worth your time and money. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Super Mario All-Stars, originally released in summer of 1993 for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, was also released for the Wii in 2010, and is still available today on the Switch if you're paying $20 a year for their online service. Super Mario All-Stars is a compilation of 4 8-bit Super Mario games, remade in glorious 16-bit. The games in question being the original Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2 USA, Super Mario Bros. 3, and, for the first time ever in the US, the Lost Levels. That is actually the original Japanese version of Super Mario Bros. 2. Each game has been enhanced with new graphics and sound, as well as adding save functions to all 4 games. There are also minor differences, with the hitboxes in each game being somewhat different, as well as the physics being different to varying degrees. Difference in the movement and jump physics is most noticeable in the original Mario Bros. And the Lost Levels, which honestly has been bothering me since the original release. Here we are 30 years later, and it's still bothering me. Now, of course, this is a compilation, a very early one, but still a compilation. Having only 4 games, it is a fairly small compilation. However, all 4 of the games are all-time classics. Super Mario Bros. 1 was revolutionary in the arcades, and it being a launch title in the USA for the Nintendo Entertainment System was a huge deal. Being a high-quality port of an arcade game was a big deal back then, and it's just as good today, even with its improved graphics and slightly different physics. Super Mario Bros. 2 USA didn't start life as a Super Mario Bros. Game. I think everyone watching knows it was originally a game called Doki Doki Panic, but just because it didn't start life out as a Mario game doesn't make it a bad game. It's very unique compared to other Mario games with the character selection, vegetable throwing, and having something of a health bar. It might just have been Mario's dream, but it was a dream worth having. Super Mario Bros. 3 is what all other 2D Mario games are compared to. It added most of the elements that we think of when we think of Super Mario Bros. A world map to navigate between stages, power-ups allowing flight, or enhanced swimming, or just random things like turning to stone. And of course, introducing the world to the Koopa Kids. The Lost Levels, or Super Mario Bros. 2 Japan. This was originally done in the same engine as the original Super Mario Bros., mostly recycling assets from the original game. So, it is basically an official ROM hack, taking everything about the original Mario Bros. And making it as hard as possible. Not to say that it doesn't add anything new, but anything new here is just meant to make the experience more difficult, like the inclusion of wind as an element in certain levels. It's a game that exists only to test all the skills you learned playing the original Super Mario Bros. Overall, this collection was a great addition to any Super Nintendo library back in the day, and is what I go to when I want to play any of the NES Mario Brothers games. It was absolutely worth its price back in the day, and is one of the nicer things you can play with the Switch's online service. Although, I will say it's a little weird to open up the Switch's compilation of Super Nintendo games to then open another compilation within a compilation. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. The Outer Worlds, available on all modern platforms, retailing for $59.99 on digital storefronts. However, if looking for this game physically, you can find it for as little as $20 for all platforms. The Outer Worlds is a Western-style role-play game with first-person shooter elements, most similar to that of Fallout New Vegas. Which is no coincidence, as Obsidian developed both this game and Fallout New Vegas. The Outer Worlds style is that of a retro future, with everything looking like a future that would have been imagined in the early 60s. Something like the Robert Heinlein Future Histories series. The game takes place on a colonized solar system far from Earth that is apparently run without any kind of government by various corporations that invested in the colonization. At the start of the game, this has been going on for long enough that the people haven't just sold their soul to the company store, but have no concept of doing anything else.
Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism. When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town pays for it. In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice.
And it is a theme throughout the game that people don't actually regard themselves and others as people, but simply assets for the company. This would make for a very depressing game, except for the humor that goes throughout the game. Your player character is a man out of time owing to some cryogenic shenanigans, and oftentimes has dialogue options showing the absurdity of the situation, which are often made even more absurd when you see how the NPCs react to these dialogue choices.
When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing, shoulder to shoulder with the Resistance.
Gameplay can be broken up into two major sections. The RPG side, where you use skills that you acquire through leveling up to accomplish various goals, and the combat side. Both have unique quirks to them. The skills level up in a somewhat unique way. Skills are grouped into various categories together. At first, you only level up the categories, so when you level up stealth skills, it'll increase your ability to lockpick, hack, and sneak. But when the skills get high enough, you have to start leveling them up individually, meaning that it is very easy to have a lot of journeyman level skills, but you will still have to choose a small number to truly master. Combat, for the most part, is your standard first-person shooter fare. Take aim, pull the trigger. If you brought any NPC companions with you, they will try to help in combat, but for the most part they'll just get in the way. There is a slight novelty to combat, where you have the ability to slow down time to a very limited extent. It can be useful, but in the heat of combat I often forgot that I had it. Now, when traveling, combat is kind of unavoidable between insane humans and various wildlife. But when doing quests, there is usually a non-combat option. These will usually require certain skills to be high enough, so you may not be able to access these options on every playthrough. But it is still nice to know that you have an option other than your gun most of the time. The quests can also be resolved to the benefit of multiple parties, meaning there is a great deal of replay value. Do you do everything for the benefit of the corporations? Do you try to bring some sanity to the people of this world? Are you just a greedy force of chaos? You have all of these options. And others. And it's this freedom of choice, along with the game's humor, that keep you coming back. It may be possible to do a combat free run by investing huge numbers of points into sneak. I'll never personally know because stealth is not my cup of tea, but I think it's hypothetically possible. Graphically, things look pretty good. Everything looks kinda worn out and grungy for the most part. Until later in the game where you start seeing some richer areas. This game is a high-quality experience, but is it worth the money? The $60 on digital storefronts, I feel, is a bit too much. However, the $20 price tag on physical copies is an absolute steal. I would even go as high as $30 for this particular game. As it is fairly long and very replayable, you will certainly get your money's worth with The Outer Worlds. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Mega Man 3, originally released in fall of 1990, is still available today in various forms. The way you are most likely to play it is in the Mega Man Legacy Collection Volume 1, retailing for $14.99, and available for all modern platforms. Mega Man 3 follows the same format of all Mega Man games. It begins with a selection of levels to choose from. Each level has a robot master. Beating one of these robot masters will of course give you their weapon. And that weapon will be a weakness for one of the other robot masters. So you'll start the game by trying several of these levels till you find one you can actually beat. Then you will take the new weapon you've acquired to the other remaining stages to find out which robot master is weak to it. This has been the formula since the earliest days of the series. However, this game did add several new elements to the series, some of which would stay, some of which would not. Two of the new ideas that would stick around are Mega Man's ability to slide, and Rush the Robot Dog. Sliding lets you get through areas that are usually too short for Mega Man, and make the rematch with the Yellow Devil much easier. In fact, there are many situations where using the slide as a dodge move is very effective. The Robot Dog Rush serves as a toolkit for Mega Man. There are 3 forms that Rush can take. You start the game with him able to turn into a spring to jump off of. After beating specific bosses, he will gain the ability to become a flying skateboard and a submarine. Needless to say, the flying skateboard is by far the most useful of his forms, while the submarine, on the other hand, is only useful on 2 levels. The other major addition to this entry would not see a return, sadly. That being what happens between the 8 Robot Masters and Dr. Wily's castle. You have to go through alternate versions of 4 of the stages. Each of these stages has 2 boss fights apiece. In each stage, you will fight 2 copy robots, and while they all look the same, they all behave and have the powers of a Robot Master from Mega Man 2. And it is interesting to be fighting bosses from a previous game without the weapons from a previous game to use against them. And also, kinda sadly, you don't get the powers from the copy robots after you beat them. It is a shame that none of this concept would return for later entries in the series, as alternate versions of stages had a lot of interesting ideas in them, and fighting old bosses with a new set of weapons made for a decent challenge. Is Mega Man 3 still worth buying and playing today? Absolutely. It is honestly one of the better entries in the original Mega Man series, and if you're buying it for a modern platform, you get 5 other games with it for $15. That's a no-brainer in my opinion. And I personally have kind of a soft spot for Mega Man 3. When I was a kid, it was the first game I ever bought with my own money. I didn't get it as a gift. It wasn't the result of some kind of deal I struck. At the time, it was $50, and $50 was a lot more money back in 1990. But it was worth it when I got it and I played it. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Time Splitters Future Perfect. Originally released in March of 2005 for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. It is still available today on Xbox platforms for $9.99. Time Splitters Future Perfect is the 3rd game in the Time Splitters series, and at the time of this recording, the last game in the Time Splitters series. This is a first-person shooter that has you traveling through time. In each time period, you will get different weapons that perform very similarly. You might think that the handgun available in the 2400s would be better than one available in 1924, but no, they pretty much perform the same. The man using these guns is Cortez, and he is clearly just Vin Diesel from Pitch Black. They even have the voice actor doing a pretty good Vin Diesel impression.
He gave me that key.
Of course, it's a wormhole.
So, as not Riddick, you go from era to era trying to find time crystals. And in each time period, you'll be aided by a stereotype for that time and place.
What the? Any chance of a hand?
Huh? I say, what are you doing way out here, old chap?
Whoa! Whoa! Damn it! Wow, man! Are you for real? Stop that! Hey! Don't horse out, dude!
This is very much a first-person shooter designed for the console market, and it makes compromises to allow for the lack of a mouse and keyboard. For example, having an auto-aim option, and having a very generous checkpoint system. This game at no point tries to be very serious, and thoroughly has its tongue-in-cheek at all moments. It's a fun, if somewhat simple experience, and well worth the $10 you'll pay for it today. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Puzzle Fighter HD, or Super Puzzle Fighter 2 HD Remix, according to the title screen. Either way, it is available on Xbox platforms for $9.99, and can be found physically for the PlayStation 3. This is a puzzle game you play versus other players or NPCs. Squares of different colors fall from the top of the screen. You group them together and make them disappear with special blocks. Ideally, you want different groups of blocks to disappear one after the other. So, if you are familiar with puzzle games, you may have noticed that this is just Puyo Puyo with a new skin. But that is not all that you get in this package. You get 2 more modes of play. A mode where, instead of grouping blocks together, you try to line up 3 or more of the same color in a row to make them disappear. Can be vertical, horizontal, or diagonal. So this is just columns. You're even kind of using jewels. The other mode on offer has blocks coming up from the bottom of the screen rather than falling from the top, and you rearrange them with a 2x2 cursor, rotating them to either the left or the right. Much like the standard mode, you're trying to arrange large groups of the same colors together, then making them disappear with a special block. This is similar to Tetris Attack, but not quite the same. This mode is by far the most original, but also the least fun. But it is still a nice change of pace, as all 3 modes on offer are very enjoyable to play. You've just played them other places. So, is Puzzle Fighter HD worth your time and money? Absolutely yes. You have 3 endlessly replayable puzzle games on offer, all of them with a Capcom fighter skin on top. And it's only gonna cost you $10. And honestly, any one of these modes would be worth $10 all by itself. So it's a steal to get all 3 of them for that $10. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Shadow Warrior 2. Available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation platforms for $39.99. This is the second game in the reboot of Shadow Warrior. Shadow Warrior originally being a build engine game, being basically Duke Nukem, but with references to kung fu movies. This game, much like the first Shadow Warrior reboot, is filled with lots of gory violence and many jokes based around the male anatomy, as well as references to Asian cinema. You're going to be constantly bombarded with what the game thinks is funny, and some of it actually is. You play as Wang. You are a mercenary or possibly just hitman. This time around, there is a RPG-like leveling system where you can gain new skills and abilities, as well as a system where you can equip various upgrades to every single weapon. Meaning that while most of what you do is kill things, you have a great number of options to customize how exactly you go about that. And you also have a lot of different weapons to use, many different pistols, many different swords, etc., etc. So you'll experiment, figure out which weapons work for you, and then that's all you'll use. This game does definitely improve upon the original, being far less linear, as this time around there are many different NPCs that will give you missions to do. The vast majority of the missions are wholly optional, but it's nice to have the option. There is also a big variety in the kind of things you're killing this time around. While yes, you are killing demons, like the first game, you also kill just regular dudes. And apparently super soldiers of some description, and many other things. And there's a great variety in locations, as some things look like old Asian villages, and other places look like super high-tech neon world. There is a story in play, and it involves a young woman's soul being trapped inside Wang, and she gives commentary constantly on how she's unimpressed by Wang's persona, and often criticizes his methods. I won't go further, as I know spoilers are an issue for some people. But is this game worth your $40? Yes, it is. There's a lot to do here with all the optional missions, and the weapons are different enough that you might want to play through the game a second time using completely different weapons. The gameplay is a lot of fun, and sometimes the jokes are even funny, so this is absolutely worth your $40. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin Edition, released in April of 2015, is available on PlayStation, Xbox, and Windows platforms, retailing for $39.99. This game is an enhanced port of the original Dark Souls 2 that had only come out a year prior. While this review will be about the Scholar of the First Sin Edition, most of what I have to say equally applies to the original release. You might be wondering why I'm starting with the second Dark Souls game, as one might expect me to start with Demon Souls and go from there. Well, simply put, I wanted to start with the weakest of the Souls games. But don't let that description fool you, as despite being weaker than its brothers, it is still a fine game. As it is a Souls game, there is a single currency in the game that is used for everything. That being souls, in this case. You get souls by killing enemies, and you spend them on equipment, on spells, and to increase your attributes. If you die while holding any souls, when you return to that spot, you will see the souls waiting for you. At least, you see them waiting for you, unless you died a second time trying to get to where you died the first time. Now, this is something in all Souls games, and is always kind of annoying, but here in Dark Souls 2, this can be outright devastating. As unlike literally every other Souls game, enemies spawn a limited number of times. So, until very late in the game, there is a limited number of souls for you to collect. So if you are farming an area till the spawns were exhausted, and happen to die twice in a row without collecting your souls right towards the end of this process, you have just wasted a lot of time and effort, and depending where you're at in the game, you may find it necessary to simply restart at that point. However, there are items known as a bonfire aesthetic that can refresh the spawns in an area. However, they come with a catch. they make the area harder, as if you've completed a new game plus cycle. And that will include the boss of the area if you haven't already beaten it. So if you were hoarding all those souls to level up for the boss fight, using a bonfire aesthetic after losing those souls may put you in an even worse situation ultimately. And this is a very odd design choice, as Souls games are sort of a microcosm of life. As you can get lucky, but that won't be you. Get good, as Dark Souls memes like to say. Or you can grind. But Dark Souls 2 kind of removes that last option, at least after a certain point. So this effectively means that your options are get lucky, get good, or do a little bit of grinding, and then get a little better at least. This isn't the only bizarre decision in this game. Some of the geography of the map really doesn't make much sense. Like when you go to a windmill and take an elevator up from the windmill to end up at a lava castle, even though there was literally nothing above the windmill. And even when the map has become somewhat surreal, many of the bosses are more pedestrian, just being big dudes in armor. Not all of them by any means, but a significant proportion of them. And while we're on the subject of bosses, sometimes the enemy placement before boss rooms are such that I believe you are intended to fully exhaust the enemy spawns before taking on that boss. Unless you are so good that you can take on 12 enemies at a time without taking a single scratch. I personally am not. But I don't mean to come off as bashing this game. As while many of the decisions made during the production of this game make it an odd Souls game, it is still a Souls game through and through. And if you enjoy the gameplay on offer in other Souls games, I do think this is worth playing. However, if you're new to this subgenre of action RPG that is Souls-like, I would not recommend starting here. And honestly, to both parties, I wouldn't recommend paying the full $40 for this game. It goes on sale fairly frequently on digital storefronts, and is often attainable for only $15. So yes, you should play this, but wait for a sale. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Hades, originally released in December of 2018, is available for all modern platforms at a retail price of $24.99. This is a game based on Greek mythology. You play as a hereto unknown god and child of Hades that simply wishes to escape the underworld and take his rightful place on Mount Olympus. Essentially, anything that is in the popular consciousness about Greek mythology will in some way be referenced or shown in this game. The gameplay style is that of a roguelike. Every time you die, you are back to square one. And the layout and relationships of rooms will be completely different on your next run. There are, however, several ways to permanently upgrade your character, to make subsequent runs go just a little easier. The gameplay on offer is fast and frantic, and even perhaps a little addictive, meaning the many runs you will have to do won't seem burdensome, at least not for a very long time. And as stated, there are several ways to upgrade yourself between runs. Spend a special currency to give your character permanent stat bonuses. Use keys you find to unlock new weapons and new gameplay styles. Give nectar to various NPCs to improve your relationship and get bonus items. You can equip these items. Some give you a minor bonus. Others give you a larger bonus, but at the cost of hurting you in some other way. With these pieces of equipment and the weapons, it's very much up to you to find out what works for you and your style, with there being an argument to be made for every piece. Graphically, this game is presented in beautiful 2D sprite work. Everything is well animated and looks spectacular, from minor trash enemies all the way up to bosses. The music here is very fitting and well done, but the more impressive audio achievement here is the voice acting. Every character has just a ton of dialogue, and all of it is well written and well acted. And there is enough of it that it is a very long time before you start hearing repeated lines. And it is worth noting that every single character sounds exactly like how you would expect them to sound. There are no voices or performances that feel poorly cast or phoned in.
It's usually pretty quiet keeping watch over the pool of sticks back there, but it's sure been busy lately. Why, somebody else came through just earlier. You should have seen the look on my face when it wasn't you.
Glad to keep things interesting.
You'll get the hang of it out there, lad. For all our sparring practice, there's no teacher like the real thing.
What, wait, you're giving me your codex? I can't accept something like this.
Please, I insist. I want your love of history to grow, not just your love of warfare. Besides, maybe you can
So is Hades worth your time and money? I think it is rather obvious that I'm going to say yes. I have seen a lot of games that cost over twice as much as this one and have a lot less to offer. So take your $25 and go get yourself a copy of Hades. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Mega Man X, originally released in December of 1993, is still available today on all modern platforms in the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, retailing for $19.99. This game was Mega Man's first foray into the 16-bit realm. And just to clarify, this was not the 10th Mega Man game. It's called Mega Man X, I suppose to be short for Extreme, because it was the 90s, and the letter X was huge back then. While this game was a huge graphical improvement over 8-bit Mega Man games, it also played very similarly, but with several additions. You could wall jump now. You could no longer slide, but you could find a dash upgrade. In fact, the dash upgrade is the only mandatory upgrade in the game. It is literally unavoidable on the Chill Penguin stage. There were changes beyond gameplay tweaks. Many of the stages will change based on what bosses you have beaten. For example, Flame Mammoth stage is a lava hellscape. Unless you've beaten Chill Penguin beforehand, then it is much easier. Also, and this goes for the entirety of the Mega Man X series, all the bosses are animal themed for some reason. And the logic of the animal theming doesn't really hold up for all of the bosses. So you have ones like Chill Penguin. He's on an Arctic stage, so it makes sense that he'd be a penguin. Or Launch Octopus. His stage is underwater, so it makes sense that he would be an underwater creature. But then you have ones like Flame Mammoth. What do mammoths have to do with fire? Or Spark Mandrill. There again, what does this primate have to do with electricity? This has literally been bothering me for 3 decades now. But putting that aside, there is a lot to do here. As you unlock boss weapons and find various upgrades, you can revisit all of the stages to find other upgrades. And if you find every single upgrade, you can then unlock the hidden Hadouken for Mega Man X, which is really powerful and can actually one-shot some bosses. This was one of the more successful forays into the 16-bit realm, and ended up launching an entire series. And the first 4 games in the series, that are in the first volume of the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, are all solid gold. So yes, obviously, I recommend Mega Man X, and I recommend buying it in the Mega Man X Legacy Collection for whatever platform you happen to prefer. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Centipede Recharged. Released September of 2021. Retailing for $9.99. And available on all modern platforms. And to begin with, I am at a loss for what you classify this as. Is this a remake? A sequel? The beginning of a new series, perhaps? That's all rather unclear. But it also doesn't matter all that much, because this game is simple, old-school, arcade-like fun. You're a little thing at the bottom of the screen that shoots upwards at centipedes, and spiders, and scorpions, and miscellaneous bugs as well. And every time you shoot a centipede, a new mushroom gets placed, which need to be taken care of with multiple shots, because too many mushrooms lead to centipedes coming down too fast. And that is all very in line with the original game. But now, it's in widescreen, and has fancy neon graphics. And there are power-ups. Power-ups for days. Along with a challenge mode that has lots of different challenges for you to take on. So this game is very true to the simplicity of the original, with just a few enhancements. And at a price of only $10, it's absolutely worth your time, as it's quick, arcadey fun that you'll play in short bursts for many years to come. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Super Mario World. Originally a launch title for the Super Nintendo back in 1990, it is still available today if you're paying $20 a year for the Nintendo Switch Online service, and will likely be available in one form or another on every piece of Nintendo hardware going forward. This was Mario's first foray into the 16-bit realm, and it did a great job of showing off the potential of the new hardware, and showing off things that couldn't have been done back on 8-bit platforms. This had many firsts for the Mario series in it. For the first time, you could save your progress and come back later, so it didn't need to be a one-shot experience. Levels could have multiple exits leading to multiple paths. You could ride a dinosaur and abandon him to make jumps, or punch him in the back of the head to eat enemies. Apparently, Mario didn't have a deep emotional connection to Yoshi. You could also have one power-up and keep a spare power-up in the wings waiting. You could have two of the same to have a backup, or you could have two different power-ups and change them out depending on the situation. You also had a lot more options in a lot of ways than in previous Mario games. In fact, if you went hunting for secrets early on, you could skip almost the entire game. If you went to the Star Road and found the right exits for the levels anyway. Or, instead of finishing the game, you could use the Star Road to find a secret collection of extra challenging levels. And finishing those changed up a lot of things in the world, at least graphically speaking. Or you could go through every level properly. But even then, a lot of them could be almost completely skipped, because your flight item, a cape instead of a raccoon tail this time, allows you to keep in the air even after you run out of flight time by doing a weird up and down motion with the D-pad that I'm not super good at doing. And Yoshi's came in several different colors, and each color did different things. Along with Yoshi's holding on to shells from Koopas, also doing different things based on the color of the shells. All of this meaning that you have a lot more options in terms of your gameplay than any Mario game that came before this. But does any of that make this game worth playing today? Well, obviously, yes. That's why it continues to be available on modern Nintendo platforms, because people still have interest. And there is still money to be milked out of this game, even 30 years after release. So yes, absolutely give this a go if you're paying for the Switch Online service. Despite being a launch title for the Super Nintendo, it remained one of the best games on the Super Nintendo all the way through that system's life. And it is debatably the best of the 2D Mario games. But that's a debate, and I don't feel like getting into that right now. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Master of Orion, originally released in 1993 for the PC, and is still available through GOG and Steam for $5.99 in a 2-pack with its sequel. Master of Orion is an early example of a 4X game. The 4 X's meaning explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. So you're in charge of an empire in space. You can play as many different kinds of aliens, or be human, each of which has a bonus towards something. Humans are the best diplomats in the game, for example, while Cylons are the best researchers in the game. Several other races have various military bonuses, or production. So depending on your playstyle, you can likely find something that will suit you. Then you start with a single planet, a single colony ship, and a pair of scout vessels. On planets, you don't get to build structures. You instead only decide what percentage of production is going towards various fields. How much is going towards building industry? How much towards keeping the planet clean, researching, building ships, building planet-side defenses. However, industry and population affect everything else, So you'll want to concentrate on maxing out those two things before worrying about any of the others. And you'll do this with every single planet you colonize. But when you start out, you are limited by what planets you're able to colonize. And you will have to develop technology to colonize more exotic planets. And that leads to how research and technology work in this game. Firstly, there are many different fields of research. Each planet can produce research points, and you can determine what percentage of these points go to what field of research. In each field, you'll get to choose from a handful of technologies to pursue. These technologies are somewhat random in each playthrough, so they're pieces of technology that you might not see for several plays. You might have times where the game offers you logical progression in technology, such as developing each progressively faster ship engine. But you can be in the situation where the game never offers you better engines to research. So you might be stuck with the most basic engines for a huge chunk of the game until it suddenly decides late in the game that, hey, now you can develop these super advanced engines even though you haven't done any of the other ones. And you might also be tempted to put all of your research points into one field at a time. This is a really bad idea. There is a lot of synergy and codependence within the technology tree. The best weapons in the game don't mean anything if you don't have targeting computers that are gonna make sure they hit. Speaking of combat, it takes several forms in this game. On the ground, which you have no control over, it's purely a numbers game. You send population to a planet that you don't control. They get there and automatically fight whatever population is on that planet. You can give them bonuses through technology such as better weapons and personal armor, but this is all done automatically as you research it, so there isn't much to ground combat. On the other hand, the other two types of combat are more interesting. Ship versus ship, and ship versus planet. When a planet is involved fighting ships, there are several interesting aspects to this. First, a planet cannot move in combat. It can fire missiles at the ships. And depending how much of your production on that planet has gone towards defense, it might be a huge number of missiles, or just one or two. And ships may have weapons that can only target a planet, such as bombs, which are also kind of a beginner's trap, as you see they do much more damage than other available weapons. But then you're in combat with other ships and you're like, wait, why aren't the bombs doing anything? Speaking of ships, you can only have 6 ship designs at a time. And if you scrap a ship design, you lose all of that ship, no matter how many you may have had. Ships also come in 4 sizes: small, medium, large, and huge. Ship combat is another numbers game. You are much better served by having a very large number of small or medium ships than you are by having a small number of large or huge ships. In the time it would take you to build any given huge ship design, you can probably build over 100 small ships. And 100 small ships will nearly always destroy one huge ship, if not many huge ships. You can actually win this game in 2 ways. Exterminate or conquer all of the other species at play, or you can win votes in the Space Grand Council or whatever, and be elected ruler of the known universe. Which is quite honestly usually the faster option, but also rather hard to pull off. So, is this game still worth playing today? Yes it is. It is still very much worth the $6 it costs to get these days. It might not be quite as complex as modern 4X games, but it is still a quality 4X experience, with lots of replay value and lots of options of how to play. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Final Fantasy IV, originally released in 1991, has been re-released numerous times over the last 30 years, and is still available today through Steam in two forms. The Pixel Remaster for $17.99, and in the form of a 3D remake for $16.99. However, today we will be using footage from the PSP version, because everything I'm about to say applies equally to every version of this game, and I happen to prefer the PSP version. Final Fantasy IV was the first 16-bit Final Fantasy, and not only was it far graphically superior to earlier entries, it also went far more in depth with story and character. In fact, every character in this game actually has a defined personality, which may not sound like much today, but for an RPG from 1991, this was a new thing. Our main protagonist is a soldier named Cecil. He is beginning to have second thoughts about the kind of orders he has been taking. This will eventually lead to him fighting against his homeland, and even taking up an entirely new lifestyle. Throughout his journey, he is joined by various party members, some of which are incredibly useful, some of which are incredibly useless, and you have no say in what party members are with you. The party with you is determined by what's happening in the story. So at times you will be using party members that are less than ideal for your playstyle. But generally speaking, you will always have a well-balanced party for the challenge at hand. And this is a fairly long game, with a lot of challenges and a lot of different locations, as you will find yourself going all over the globe, then going inside the globe to a vast underground, and even off the globe towards the end. In combat, this was the first Final Fantasy to use the active time battle system, meaning you wait for a bar to fill before a character may take action, and then wait for the bar to fill again in order for the action to happen, with actions such as basic attacks being incredibly quick, and things like powerful spells taking a long time to happen. So at times you'll need to weigh the options. Is it more effective to take 3 fast actions, or to have that character spend a lot of time on one big attack? In addition, many boss fights have kind of gimmicks to them. For example, early on you encounter this dragon here. It will at times disappear, leaving only mist. If you attack that mist, you will be subject to a rather harsh counterattack. And you won't do any damage because you're not hitting the dragon, you're just hitting mist. Without knowing what the gimmicks are, it is highly likely that you will end up dying your first time against mini-bosses. This is generally not too harsh though, as there is oftentimes a save point before a boss fight, or at least fairly close to it. The game progresses in a fairly linear fashion. There's not much in the way of puzzles or deduction to be done. However, if you're willing to look around for it, there is a lot of side content to do. But for the most part, you aren't told about any of this side content, you simply must stumble across it in your wanderings. But is Final Fantasy IV still worth playing today? Well, this was a very influential game, and many modern JRPGs are still taking inspiration from this game. And its sheer volume of re-releases speaks to the quality of it. The two readily available versions on Steam are both under $20. So if you have any interest or curiosity about JRPGs, this is an easy pickup to make. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Eternal Ring, originally released in 2000 as a launch title for the PlayStation 2. Still available to this day on the PlayStation 4 and 5 for $14.99 digitally on the PSN store. At the time of release, many magazines touted this as being a spin-off of the Kingsfield series. However, aside from being developed by From Software and heavily borrowing gameplay elements, there appears to be no story or character connection between the two. Eternal Ring is a first-person RPG. You play as a character that was sent to an island to find the title's Eternal Ring. When you first start the game, there is going to be a huge difference depending on if you're using a PlayStation 2 copy of the game or a more readily available digital copy. And that is the controls. There are absolutely no analog controls in the PlayStation 2 version. Movement is handled by the D-pad, strafing and looking up and down is handled by the shoulder buttons. But in the PSN version, you have dual analog control that works exactly as you would expect it to. And that makes this game much easier. As this was a PS2 launch title, there are many decisions made to show off the hardware. All NPC dialogue is fully voice acted.
Give you a sword? All right, here, how about this? By the way, I know that some rare gems can be found on this island.
And there are a huge number of little cutscenes done in the game engine to show off how nice and fancy it looked, at least at the time. Of course, given this game's vintage, it is not that impressive to look at anymore. Also, the sound mixing is a little off in this game, making the music far louder than the dialogue most of the time. While different areas look distinct from one another, figuring out your way through a particular area can be troublesome, as the walls all look the same. And there is no internal map to help you out. Also, whenever you exit and re-enter a given area, all of the enemies will respawn. Which is not a complaint, as you will need to grind experience in this game. And you will also need to grind the game's currency, gems. These precious stones come in many different elemental flavors, and also different levels of a given element. You will trade these with merchants for anything you want to buy. And merchants don't care what element a gem is or what level it is. All gems are worth the same amount to them. Their element and level only matter for their other purpose in the game: making magic and attribute rings. As unlike most RPGs, there's only 3 kinds of equipment in this game: your various melee weapons, attribute rings that can have all kinds of different effects, and magic rings, which allow you to cast spells. Weapons you either buy from merchants or find out in the world. Rings, on the other hand, while sometimes being found in the world, can be created by you. Near to some save points is a floor panel that will bring you to where you create rings. And while there are definite rules to how you create rings, there is also an element of luck, so always save before you start ring creation. Attribute rings only require you to have gems. So spend some time grinding some monsters for some gems, and then experiment. Nothing to lose here but a little time grinding. Magic rings, on the other hand, require a base. You can either use an already created magic ring, or, out in the wilds, you can find blank rings to use. But before you start wildly creating, keep in mind there's a limited number of blank rings. And if you're using a pre-existing ring as the base, whatever it was will have some effect on the ring that is created. So things can get very complicated very fast. And as I mentioned, there's an element of luck when creating rings. While using level 1 gems will usually produce a weak ring, every once in a while it'll create a very powerful ring for no apparent reason. Just luck. This can be good and bad, because say you wanted to make a healing ring early in the game. You have a small hit point and magic point pool, so you want a ring that'll use just a little magic to give you a little bit of hit points. But luck apparently smiled on you, and now you have a very powerful healing ring that'll use most of your mana pool. In the long run, that's probably good for you, but in the short term, it makes gameplay kind of frustrating. Now, as you wander areas, you will do a lot of combat. Most combat will be done by circle strafing around your enemies, or waiting for them to lunge at you so you can dodge and then attack them. This is pretty much the same combat from the Kingsfield series, by the way. But there is one very important difference. Every single enemy you kill gives you a few magic points back for casting spells, so you can make much more liberal use of magic than you ever could in any of the other first-person From Software games. And that gives you a lot more options in combat, and this does serve to make combat much less monotonous than you might expect. Story-wise, this game does start off pretty slow. But once it gets going, it does get very interesting, and I'm not going to spoil any of that here. Let's just say that there's a lot of bad things that happen on this island. So, is Eternal Ring still worth your time and money to play today? Well, it is only $15, and if you have any interest in first-person RPGs, or are just a fan of From Software games in general, then yes, absolutely. But if you're someone that has no connection to From Software, and is perhaps more into action-oriented games, then no, this is not for you. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. FLT, Faster Than Light. Originally released in September of 2012. Is available on PC, Mac, and iOS devices for $9.99. Faster Than Light is a rogues-like starship simulation. You take your starship through 8 randomly generated sectors to warn the rebels of an incoming fleet. Assuming you make it to warn the rebels, you then fight a dreadnought. Beat this dreadnought, and you win. But you will soon find that actually making it through 8 sectors is much easier said than done, as you have to make your way through each one of the 8 sectors, and at each point you have to stop, you receive a random occurrence. These could take the form of hostile entities you have to fight, or random peoples that you can choose to help or not. Merchants of various kinds. Or they might give you some kind of quest to do within the sector. And you can't ignore these things, as you need to get your ship upgraded if you're intending to beat that dreadnought at the end of the game. When you first begin the game, you only have one ship to choose from, and that ship only has one layout. As you play the game and have different random encounters, you will unlock different starships and different layouts for those starships. And you will sometimes find quests that can only be completed by particular starships. This can be very frustrating, as you might have chosen the wrong ship, and then you are randomly handed this quest that you can do nothing with. But each ship you can choose from starts with different equipment, different stats, and different crew members. And you will have the opportunity, as you make your way through 8 sectors, to upgrade whichever ship you choose, and possibly recruit new members to your crew. And as you play, you will start figuring out what strategy works for you. And you'll start leaning towards taking one particular ship or another. As while you'll be able to get different pieces of equipment and upgrades, you can't completely change what a ship is. And of course, this is all done in a rogues-like style. So no matter how you upgraded a ship in your last run with it, it starts back as the basic version of it for the next run. And each run is of course different. You might start a run receiving tons of scrap, and even free pieces of equipment and crew members. Or you might have a run where every single place you stop is hostile. And before you even make it out of the first sector, your ship is so badly damaged, you know you won't be finishing this run. However, most runs will be somewhere in the middle. And it should be noted that even if you get favorable encounters, sometimes there are choices to be made. And even a very favorable encounter for you can go south if you make the wrong decision. And what the right decision is not the same every time. You need to read the description you're given for little clues as to what the right decision might be. And decisions play a huge role in this game, as even the combat has many decisions to be made. Do you target their engines so they can't escape? Or their shields to make other things easier to destroy? Do you attempt to board their vessel? Depends on what kind of crew members you have and what kind of crew members they have. Do you destroy every ship you're in combat with? Or do you just disable it so you can salvage parts from it? And will you gain a reputation from doing one or the other that'll come back to bite you a few sectors later? There are a lot more factors here to weigh than in your average rogues-like. But luckily there is also an easy mode, which I'd highly recommend anyone play a few times just to get the hang of the game. So, is FLT, Faster Than Light, worth your time and money? Absolutely it is. It's only $10. And there are near endless variations on things that can happen in this game. I've personally played this game for hours on end, and I still find new things. And I still haven't unlocked every single thing there is to unlock in this game. So spend your $10 on your iPhone or on your PC and enjoy some Faster Than Light. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Master of Orion 2, Battle at Antares. Originally released in November of 1996, and still available today for $5.99 in a 2-pack with the original game on Steam and GOG. This is, of course, a 4X game, as the original game was. But now you do much more micromanaging, as now on planets you have to directly assign how much of the population is working on production, how much is farming, and how much is doing research. In addition to this, it is now possible to build individual structures on planets. Structures can do any number of things: serve as defenses for a colony, automatically generate food, or research, or even production, or serve to simply make the population more effective at one of the given tasks, and oftentimes both. And you can also have colonies on multiple planets around the same star. Each of these planets needs to have their own structures built upon it, and requires the same individual attention. So having 3 colonies around one star means 3 times the work. But it also allows 3 different things to be done at that star at once. You might have one planet churning out ships for combat, while another one builds troop transports for invasions, while another is producing trade goods to keep your empire from bankruptcy. You can now colonize any planet you wish without restriction. However, not all planets are created equally. Planets that are irradiated or toxic require more maintenance costs. They also cannot be farmed upon, so all food will have to be brought by freighters. You also need to see how much population will fit on this planet, and what kind of minerals are available. Finding a planet that has a toxic atmosphere and ultra-poor minerals means it's not a good place to colonize. On the other hand, finding an M-class planet with ultra-rich resources is a planet you want to colonize immediately. And planets can have all kinds of random events take place on them when you find them. They might be rich in gold or jewels, generating money. Or be a splinter colony that you get for free, just for discovering the planet. Or a planet might have a native population, which will only farm for you, but they generate a lot of food. A star can also be assigned a governor. You get governors randomly and you must choose to hire them. They can have all kinds of bonuses: production, population growth, research, even simply give you money for your empire every turn. But you can only have a total of 4 of them, regardless of how many stars you have, and each one can only impart their benefits to 1 star. Ship design and combat is the other major portion of this game. This time around, you are best served by building a small number of very large, powerful ships. And when designing new ships, you don't lose your old ships this time. And in fact, you can have a colony refit them into the new design, as long as the ships are of the same general size. You have more options of what you can do in ship combat as well. You can deploy fighters, for example, board and capture enemy ships, or self-destruct. How ships attack planets has also changed. Planets can no longer endlessly build defenses. There are very particular structures that you can build for defense, and only one of each. One missile base to, well, launch missiles, ground batteries for beam weapons, a space station, of which there are several different sizes, though you can only have one. So, while it is possible to defend a planet very well with structures, they can't become invincible in the same way that they did in the first game. Another variation is that production is not the determining factor of victory this time. Research is how you win. Make your technology more advanced than your competition, and you are virtually invincible. As research is somewhat different now. No longer does the random hand of fate determine what you can research. Everyone will have to go through the same steps to get to technology. And if you're playing a race that has creative, you win. As each level of technology has multiple things to research in each field, but if you're creative, you get all of them. Do you want to develop the first shields or mass drivers? Well, if you're creative, you get both. Should I research biospheres or the hydroponic farm? Well, if you're creative, you get both. So while there are many races to choose from, there is virtually no reason not to go with Cylons, as they have creative as a perk. And you can even make your own race this time, which is a lot of fun to experiment with, but here again, always take creative as one of your abilities. No matter what you think is going to be a big burden to sacrifice, creative and the research it grants you will eliminate that weakness. As in the first game, you can win by being elected president of the galaxy, or by conquering everyone. But you also have a third option. That subtitle, Battle at Antares, that actually has a meaning here. As you play the game, you will randomly have the Antarans attack various planets, and not always yours. High up in the tech tree, you can research a portal to attack the Antarans. If you attack them, and successfully beat them, well, you win. And when they attack you with their ships, if you have built ships with assault shuttles, you can board and capture Antaran ships. And you might think, well, these are a great boon to my fleet, but there's a much better way to use them. In fact, you should scrap these ships, but save before you do it, because when you scrap a ship, you have a chance at getting one of the technologies that the ship has that you don't have. So scrapping the ships can bring you some very impressive weaponry, or the best armor in the game, or best targeting computers, or a number of other things. But you're gonna need a lot of assault shuttles if you plan to do this. So, is Master of Orion 2 still worth playing today? Yes, but it is not as challenging as the original game. It is a more complicated game that is also easier to exploit to win. But having said that, it's only $6 and it comes with the first game, so it's absolutely worth your time and money because it's $6. And being a 4X game, this is an endlessly replayable game. And maybe you want to challenge yourself by not doing any of the things I recommended. It's all your decision. It's your empire. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Capcom Arcade Stadium. Available on all modern platforms. Coming in 3 volumes, each volume costs $14.99. Or they can be bought in one large bundle for $39.99. And some of the platforms, such as Nintendo Switch, will allow you to buy these games piecemeal for $1.99 each. There are a total of 32 games, and you'll notice that the fewer of them you buy at a time leads to a worse price overall. This collection is the work of Capcom, spanning from 1984 to 2001. And it does not include every single game Capcom released in the arcades during that time. It is a fairly healthy cross-section of them. On offer are an excellent selection of shoot-'em-ups, a few fighting games, most of which are Street Fighter, various beat-'em-ups, some platformers, and a few harder to categorize things, making for some excellent genre diversity that you don't often see in arcade collections. However, it should be noted that many of the games in this collection have overlap with other Capcom collections that are currently available. For example, the Capcom Beat-'em-up bundle contains every beat-'em-up that's offered here, and a couple others. However, the point of this collection wasn't to be an encyclopedia of Capcom. Rather, I think it was meant to be sort of a greatest hits album. Meant for people that aren't hyper-focused on a single genre, that either have a great deal of nostalgia for the old arcade days, or are much younger gamers that perhaps have never seen an arcade, and are just curious about what kind of games were on offer back then. Either way, this is an excellent collection, packed full of nostalgia for someone like myself. And the experience could in fact be enhanced with the use of an arcade stick. However, doing so at the bare minimum would be another $50 of investment, so that may not be worth it to the average gamer. This collection also provides you with a number of options, difficulty settings, various screen filters, both the Japanese and American versions of the games, at least where applicable. A few of these games were exclusive to one region or the other, and multiplayer is an option, both locally and online, as well as online leaderboards, though I have no interest in these personally. You can also set a button to insert quarters, or set it to free play, depending on what kind of experience you want. As you also have the option to rewind, if you're a filthy, filthy cheater. I'm kidding, of course. I found the rewind option to be very useful, as I am not as good at these games as I once was. Overall, I believe $40 for these 32 games is a pretty good deal. And yes, I would recommend paying the $40 for the entire collection, as they are more expensive to buy them any other way. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Civilization 4. Originally released in October of 2005, and still available today through several online stores, including Steam, Amazon, and GOG, at a cost of $19.99 for the base game, or $29.99 to receive the Complete Edition. The Complete Edition, including 2 expansions, Warlords and Beyond the Sword, and a remake of Colonization. Civilization 4 is a 4X game, where you start at the beginning of all civilization, and attempt to win by either destroying all rival civilizations, or by getting to space first. You can choose from many different civilizations across the globe, even more in the expansions, and some civilizations have more than one leader to choose from, which will slightly change the bonuses a civilization has. Each civilization also has a unique unit, though these come into play at different points in the game, as the Fast Worker of India is available right at the beginning, whereas the Americans' Navy SEAL unit can't be fielded till late in the game. But once you sort out the empire you wish to play as, you then start in the Stone Age. Different empires will start with different basic technology, but you'll all be using the same tech tree, so it's a very minor difference at best. Now we get into the bulk of the gameplay, that being founding cities, improving them with structures, using workers to improve the tiles around a city, and expanding your borders. The expanding of borders was a new element added to this entry in the series, and it is a very important mechanic, as you can only access materials within your borders. Later in the game, it's also possible to take over rival empire cities by completely enveloping them in your borders, meaning that for the first time ever, it may be possible to do a pacifist run. hypothetically anyway, I'm not sure anyone would actually want to do that. Having cities in good locations with access to resource is very important, as cities generate the money to run your empire, the culture to expand your borders, and the research points to develop your technology. But it is worth noting that you can't know if a tile has a resource until you've developed technology that requires that resource. For example, you can't see iron on the map until you've entered the Iron Age. There are two other major portions of the game: diplomacy and combat. Diplomacy has a lot of new options. States can become vassal states to yours, paying tribute, and in some cases will even surrender their empire whole to you, which can be both good and bad, as you will undoubtedly gain territory and access to resources. But before an empire will do this, they have to be in a fairly desperate situation. So the cities you actually gain from this may need a ton of improvements before they'll be of any use to you. And of course, you can do more basic things like trade one resource for another, trade technology in the same way, form alliances, offer gifts, or even just outright demand things. The last portion of the game is, in my opinion, the weakest portion of the game, and that is the combat. You can defend cities by stacking a large number of military units onto that city. And rival empires will do that to an insane degree. So if you're planning to take a city by military force, it's gonna take a while. Units can gain levels to get various bonuses that you can pick from. You don't really have much say over how the combat goes, however. It's all pretty much just done through dice rolls. But you can tilt the odds in your favor through choosing terrain that's beneficial for what you're doing. But if you are working as the aggressor, you may not always be able to choose the terrain. But is Civilization 4 still worth playing today? Yes it is. I actually prefer 4 to the two newer entries in the series. I would also say it's worth paying the extra $10 to get the complete edition, as the expansions give you more of everything. There is only one minor complaint I have with the expansions. In the base game, every time you develop a new technology, you get a little quote as read by Leonard Nimoy. The expansions give you new technologies to research, but no new quotes from Leonard Nimoy. Instead, you get quotes, but they're just read by some guy. But that is a very minor nitpick that I just had to bring up. So yes, pay $20 for the base Civ game, or better yet, pay $30 and get the complete experience. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Resident Evil Revelations. Originally released in January of 2012 for the 3DS. Is currently available on all modern platforms for $19.99 on PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch. However, it is $29.99 on Steam. Resident Evil Revelations is a survival horror over-the-shoulder shooter. The game is broken up into small chapters, and these tend to jump around quite a bit, as when you first start, you're on a seemingly abandoned ship. Then the next chapter is about two other characters who are now in a snowy mountain. And then some chapters are actually flashbacks. At first, these seem very random, but they of course all tie together by the end. Gameplay-wise, things are about what you'd expect. It's an over-the-shoulder shooter, so aim for the head, and fire. But don't get too trigger happy, as ammo is a limited resource. At least it is for the character that you're controlling. During the parts of the game where you have an NPC assisting you, they never seem to run out of ammo. But they also never seem to ever land a killing blow. So, if you're looking to save ammo, you can let them take a few shots from your partner, and then go up and knife the creature, but there is a lot of risk when you're doing this. And of course, when you're trying to save ammo, there is more than one kind of ammo, as there is more than one kind of gun. As you might expect, you start with a pistol, but will shortly thereafter find some form of automatic weapon, a shotgun, sniper rifles, etc. And you'll find various upgrade parts that you can put on your weapons. For bigger clips, or more damage, or a faster rate of fire, what have you. And it is also worth noting that when you play a chapter with different characters, their guns and ammo are not shared with other characters. So that first chapter, all you have is a handgun, and you'll probably be very low on ammo by the time it's over, then leads to the next chapter, where you're playing a character who already has an assault rifle and a shotgun on him, and has plenty of ammo for both. But when you go back to that first character who was out of ammo for their pistol, they're still going to be in that situation when you control them next. There is one unique element to the gameplay. At most times, you have a bioscanner with you. You can use this to scan your environment to find hidden items, and more importantly, you can scan the various monsters in this game. Scanning enough monsters gives you healing items for reasons. And if you don't want to risk scanning alive monsters, well, you can also scan their corpses, but you don't accumulate the points for healing items as fast that way. Playing this game today is a little strange. As you can tell, it was not really made for modern platforms. The graphics, for example, were quite impressive back in 2012 on the 3DS, but on anything else they look kind of dated, and not in an intentional retro kind of way. You can also tell there were elements of this game that were made specifically for the 3DS, like these little puzzles here. There was an element of novelty doing these on a touchscreen, but when you're doing them with a controller, they're just simple little puzzles that don't really add anything to the experience. The chapter setup is also a remnant of this being a handheld game. No chapter will take longer than about half an hour, which was very nice for playing on the go, but is a little unsatisfying when you're sitting on a couch playing. You also get these little movies between the chapters that summarize what's going on, which, if you're playing the chapters one after another, there's not a lot of point to these. Again, I understand if you're playing this on a handheld and maybe you played one chapter and now you're going back a couple days later next time you're on a car ride. I would even understand getting one of these if you start up the game fresh and load a game. But if I just finished playing chapters 1, 2, and 3, why is it I need to see yet another movie before I start chapter 4? Overall, I would say that Resident Evil Revelations is worth playing. If you're hungry for more of that Resident Evil 4, 5, Dead Space kind of gameplay, this is a handy source of it. And it's absolutely worth the $20 that is wanted for it on consoles. However, I don't think it is worth the $30 price tag on Steam. So, if you're looking for the PC version of this, wait for a sale. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Available on PlayStation platforms, as well as Windows PCs. PlayStation 5 and Windows copies retail for $69.99, but the PlayStation 4 version is only $59.99. And we are using footage from the PlayStation 4 version here. And let's get this out of the way. It's pretty obvious that calling this a Final Fantasy VII remake is disingenuous at best. As everybody probably already knows, this game covers the Midgar section of the original Final Fantasy VII. A section that in the original took 4 to 6 hours to complete. But here will take 30 to 40 hours to complete. How did they inflate that figure so much? With filler. A huge, and I would say almost criminal amount of filler. There is a huge amount of side quests and minigames, none of which really add anything to the game. There is a ton of voice-acted dialogue, but none of the voice acting is very good. Frequently, there will be new characters added, like this character that's added for one of the bike sections. They are given personalities, and usually voice actors, leading you to think they will be important somewhere further down the line, but so far as I can tell, this is never actually the case. It's a bunch of flash for no substance. In fact, I think flash with no substance is the overall theme of this game. As graphically, this game is very impressive, very beautiful. It just isn't very interesting after the initial shock of how beautiful it looks. And throughout the story, after you finish huge filler sections, you'll then get to something that's actually a remake of a scene from the original Final Fantasy VII, and you'll think for a moment, oh, are we finally getting back on track here? And you'll be disappointed as you're led to yet another filler-tastic section. This is made worse because there are a few ideas that are added that could be interesting, but instead of fleshing them out in any significant way, we just see them once and then they go away. For example, we get the hint that there are other cells that are working with Barrett's group to bring down Shinra, but they don't elaborate on this at all. You just briefly see some generic-looking troops in one scene, and that's it. And towards the end, things go completely off the rails with some kind of time travel spirit nonsense. The time travel spirits are also used to justify why you can't go to certain sections at certain times in the story. Like most time travel in fiction, if you think about it logically for more than about a minute, it completely breaks down. But this is a game after all, so maybe it's not fair for me to keep hounding after story and narrative and pacing. Well, it is a Square Enix game with a real-time combat system. So you either just pound the attack button, or you attack with an elemental weakness first, and then pound the attack button. You know, when you encounter the really hard enemies. So no, I don't think this game is worth investing $70 in. Or even $60 on the PlayStation 4. You know how when a movie gets remade, there'll be a large group of people that say, don't bother with that remake, just go and get the original. That exact same logic applies here. For less than $20 on any modern platform, you can get the original Final Fantasy VII. And it will be much more worth your time and money than this graphically impressive but bland game. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Batman Arkham Asylum, originally released in 2009, is still available today on PC for $19.99. And on PlayStation and Xbox platforms. In the Return to Arkham collection, which features both this game and Arkham City for $19.99. Batman Arkham Asylum was the first of the Arkham games, which are not based on any other particular piece of Batman media, not being licensed to a movie, TV show, or specific comic run. It instead draws inspiration from a wide variety of Batman media. Notably, it uses voice actors that have previously been in Batman the Animated Series, in the form of Kevin Conroy as Batman, Mark Hamill as the Joker, and Arlene Sorkin as Harley Quinn. Which, while doing great voice work here, I can't help but think their inclusion led to a lot of positive reactions when this game was first released. The game itself is a small open world where you play as Batman. The world expands slowly as you get more of Batman's trademark tools, as you only have batarangs when you first start, but will slowly unlock explosive gel, and then a grappling hook, and so forth and so on, till you have all kinds of gadgets, which will allow you to access all parts of Arkham Asylum and the little island that it's on. Most of your gadgets can also be used in combat. Combat is seemingly very simple when you start the game, though it becomes very difficult as you reach the end of the game. At the beginning, combat is just 2 buttons, one for attacking and one for counter-attacking. And the thugs that you fight are bare-handed. As the game progresses and you unlock gadgets, you'll have more options of what to do in combat. Throwing batarangs, or leaving explosive gel on the ground. And slowly the criminal thugs will start having weapons of different kinds. Knives, stun batons, even guns. Each type of weapon has to be dealt with in a different fashion. And as you frequently fight large groups of thugs, this can get overwhelming. But learning the timing for combat and how your gadgets work in combat will make every situation doable. And you'll want to do a lot of combat in this game to get experience for various upgrades you can purchase. The game starts with Batman bringing the Joker into the asylum. And we shortly find out that this was all part of the Joker's plan. But the Joker is not the only supervillain currently in the asylum. And whenever you encounter a supervillain, generally the gameplay changes for a little bit. Dealing with Scarecrow leads you to some interesting, surreal side-scrolling sections. Killer Croc has you doing some stealth work. The Riddler has a huge amount of optional content sprinkled throughout the game. You find trophies in the shape of question marks, accomplish various feats in the game, and find many of the game's Easter eggs, all as part of the Riddler's optional content. A lot of information is actually unlocked through the Riddler. Character bios and even interviews with some of the characters, and artwork, which will all be very interesting to any Batman fan. But some of the Riddler challenges can only be completed at certain points in the story. For example, destroying the Joker teeth that are left behind at certain points. If you leave an area without destroying them, they're gone. There is no way to get them back to destroy them, which was an annoying discovery on my first playthrough. Graphically, this game was amazing in 2009. And due to the slightly stylized nature of the graphics, it still looks very good today. The Return to Arkham version is slightly enhanced, though some people still prefer the look of the original. But is Arkham Asylum worth your money today? Absolutely, yes it is. Fun gameplay, good story, great voice acting. And if you're a fan of the Batman franchise, there's a lot of good information here that you will doubtlessly enjoy. Getting this on consoles for $20 with its sequel is a great deal, and $20 to get it on PC is not too high a mark to ask. But it's worth noting that both Steam and the Epic Store put the Arkham games on sale frequently, so if you want to wait a couple weeks, you can probably get it at a discount. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Super Meat Boy, available on all modern platforms for $14.99. Originally released in October of 2010 for Xbox Live Arcade. It would go on to be released just about everywhere, and is actually based off a game made in Flash, simply called Meat Boy. In Super Meat Boy, you play as an anthropomorphic cube of meat. You run and jump and ricochet off walls, while trying to save your girlfriend from a fetus. Dr. Fetus, to be exact. And all the levels are just platforming challenges. One hit will kill you, but you have infinite tries. And when you beat a level, you have the option of watching all of your attempts all at once, which can be interesting to see how similar the attempts are. To an extent, you can actually decide on the level of difficulty the game will have. You can simply try to get to the end of each stage, or you can try to get the band-aids that are hidden in every level, oftentimes in places that will get you killed. You can also try to find the various warp levels. These you have a limited number of tries at, though you can go back to the level where you found the warp and re-enter it for another set of attempts. These warp areas can be interesting, as they change the style of gameplay, at least slightly. And if you finish them, they can unlock new characters to play as, that, much like the levels playing a little differently, these new characters will control a little differently than Meat Boy. Some of the characters unlocked are original characters, while others are characters from other games. This is all optional, of course, but it is interesting that if you're willing to put in a little more effort, you can find more rewards. The gameplay itself is best played as quickly as possible, as strangely the game becomes much harder when you take your time with situations. While platforming is the main star of the show, there are also boss fights at the end of each themed set of levels. But it would be disingenuous to really call these boss fights, as every boss is either a jumping puzzle or an endurance test. Which is not a complaint, as this game has one thing that it does well, and it's going to do it with as much variation as possible. Graphically, the game is relatively simple, perhaps owing to its Flash game roots. The music is fairly decent, however, when you're concentrating on playing, you probably won't notice it. I didn't. Overall, there is a fairly decent amount of content in this game that easily justifies its $15 price point. It is a game of hard platforming challenges. It will introduce a new kind of platforming, and then slowly amp up the difficulty until you have to master that style in order to progress. Then it will mix what you have just learned with everything else you've learned, until you become a master of all 2D platforming, or you just get really lucky. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Double Dragon Trilogy. Originally released in 2013, and is available on your iPhone, Android phone, or Windows PC. However, pricing is different on each platform. iPhone is the cheapest at $2.99, Android slightly more expensive, being $3.49 on the Google Play Store, and to play on PC, both the Steam and GOG versions go for $5.99. This is a collection of the first 3 Double Dragon arcade games, being Double Dragon 2, The Revenge, and Double Dragon 3, The Rosetta Stone. And it is important to note that these are not the Nintendo Entertainment System versions, as those versions were graphically downgraded and had new gameplay elements inserted into them, such as the leveling mechanic in the original Double Dragon for NES. So what you have here are 3 very old-style beat-em-up arcade games. And yes, you can change the difficulty, and you can play multiplayer both locally and online, but go in knowing that these games were designed to drain as many quarters out of children as humanly possible. Even when set to easy, there is still going to be a lot of stun locking and cheap deaths. But that is all part of the old arcade experience, which is probably what you're looking for when you buy a Double Dragon trilogy. Graphically speaking, the first 2 games are fine for the time that they were from. The third game, however, has a weird choppiness to the graphics that I hope was captured here. And it's an odd thing, because if just looking at a still, the third game looks like a graphical improvement, but the second things start moving, it becomes choppy and off-putting. The music is also worth noting, because in the first 2 games, the music is really good, and in fact, was the thing I enjoyed the most about the experience here. However, the music is just unlistenable in the third game. Gameplay-wise, these are all beat-em-ups. You punch and kick and jump. And in all the games, there are weird little special moves to find through different button combinations, and learning to use those reliably will make these games significantly easier. Though one thing I will note is that in the second game, there's kind of a weird quirk with the controls. One button will always attack in the direction that you are facing, and the other button will always attack behind you relative to the direction you are facing. And that takes far more getting used to than you can possibly imagine. So as a collection, this clearly has its issues, but at the same time, it costs you $6 at the most. So I actually would recommend this collection just based on that alone. If you have any nostalgia for old school beat-em-up games, or have any curiosity about them, this is a great place to start for a very tiny investment. These might not be the best beat-em-up games, or even the best versions of these games, but they're $6 at the most, and if you're playing it on your phone, it comes in under $4. If you get at least 1 hour of entertainment out of this, you've easily gotten more than your money's worth. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge. Released in June of 2022. Retailing for $24.99 for all modern platforms. This is a 2D arcade-style beat-em-up. You can play as all 4 of the Turtles. You also have the option to play as April O'Neil, or Master Shredder. And upon completing the game, you can play as Casey Jones. Each character is a little different. All characters have a slightly different attack speed, attack range, and attack power. So finding a character that reflects your playstyle will make the game considerably easier. Each character can also be leveled up. This is done by defeating a set number of enemies. And stages can be replayed repeatedly if you wish to grind up your character levels. And you may wish to replay stages anyway, as there are collectibles to find. And replaying stages does not get boring right away, as there are challenges to complete in every stage, and there is a huge number of moves you can actually do with each character, which are not hidden, as every time you start the game, it plays a demo of all the moves that you can do, detailing exactly what button combinations you need to press. This demo can be skipped, of course, but it's useful if you're a little rusty at your beat-em-up games. And this is an excellent example of a beat-em-up. But the game has a little more to offer than just a quality beat-em-up. For someone of the right age, it has a ton of nostalgia. It is littered with just hundreds of references to the 1987 cartoon, other older Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle video games, and even has references to the toy line, with many things being more accurate to the toy version of them than to what they looked like on the actual show. Speaking of the cartoon show, after each stage there is a short cutscene. These serve to move the story along, which absolutely feels like it could have been a story arc on the original cartoon. And yes, it gets every bit as ridiculous as the show did at times. So is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge worth your money? Well, first and foremost, it is a very high-quality beat-em-up game that can be played with 4 other people, online, or in person. 16 stages that are all worth replaying. So yes, I believe this game is worth your $25 on your platform of choice. I would have maybe liked a few more unlockable characters, but having a total of 7 characters is pretty good for a beat-em-up. And the gameplay is absolutely good enough that even if you have no nostalgia for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you will still enjoy this game. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Contra Hardcore. Originally released in August of 1994, is still available today in the Contra Anniversary Collection, which retails for $19.99, and is available on all modern platforms. First and foremost, Hardcore is a very accurate title for this game. While no Contra game could honestly be called easy, this takes it up several notches. This is highly reminiscent of 8-bit titles, where you were expected to play and play and play till you had memorized everything, till you could eventually get through the game and make it look easy. You might think, oh, this is similar to Contra 3 over on the Super Nintendo, but no, the Genesis entry here, Hardcore, is much, much harder. Of course, playing it in the Contra Anniversary Collection can mitigate some of the difficulty, as you can pause and save state whenever you'd like. I'm not recommending that you do that, I'm just saying you have that option if the game is too hard for you. But having warned you about the difficulty ahead, what's this game actually like? Well, first, it may have the greatest intro ever. Look at this car careening through all these enemies. Your character then jumps out of the car, and if you're anything like me, you immediately die. The immediate death was kind of a bummer, but it got me really hyped to play. Then you go through level after level of platforming challenges and bullet hell. You have 4 characters to choose from, and they look different, and also each have different weapons. And hypothetically at least, they can hold all of their weapons at once. You can switch between these weapons while playing, or you can pause and cycle through them. And when you inevitably die, you only lose the weapon that you are actually using at the time of death. so I might lose my homing shot, but I still got the spread gun. The game also has a story, as you get little cutscenes between levels, and there are actual branching paths that will affect the ending, which is nice if you decide to go the save stating route to actually see an ending. So, do I recommend playing Contra Hardcore today? Yes. Yes, I do. This game is hard, but it's never unreasonable. If you're willing to sit and play it and get good at it, you'll actually feel like you accomplished something when you get further in this game. And it's only $20 to play this game, and you get a bunch of other Contra games along with it. So you could play some of the easier Contra games first to kind of train yourself before you take on this particular entry. And the Contra Anniversary Collection frequently goes on sale. I've seen it for under $5 on every digital storefront. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Pac-Man Museum Plus, released in May of 2022. Retailing for $19.99 on all modern platforms, is a compilation of 14 Pac-Man games. And there are more variety in these games than you might first think. As yes, many of these games are of the maze and dot variety, there are also a couple of platforming games, and a puzzle game, and a few things that are a little hard to categorize. But not all of the games are immediately accessible to you. The way some of these games are locked, however, is almost completely pointless. Each game that is locked requires you to play another game twice. And the way it counts if you've played a game or not is if you've gotten a game over screen. So, unlocking things takes virtually no effort. If you want to play Packin' Pals, all you have to do is start up Pac-Land and die a few times. Then you have access to Packin' Pals forever. And it goes much the same for every other game you need to unlock. Just a different game you have to play twice, and then boom, you have it. And for the most part, this isn't really a problem, as most of the games on here are pretty good. Sure, I was a little annoyed that I had to play Pac-Land, but it wasn't much Pac-Land I had to play. There was also some effort put into how you select the game you're going to play. Rather than a simple menu with a list of games, you are in a Pac-Man themed arcade. You control Pac-Man, and you go to various arcade cabinets. Some of the games require you to put credits in, which you have a theoretically limited number of, and some of them can be played for free. But all games reward you with more currency to use, so it is virtually impossible to run out. That is, unless you go on a spending spree, as you can buy things from vending machines and from a capsule machine. Because not only does this little arcade let you choose the game you're going to play, you are free to customize this arcade. Everything you can win in the capsule machine and buy in the vending machines is simply cosmetic, however. So I can see where customizing the arcade will have a strong allure for some. I personally saw no point. It's also worth noting that there are various challenges to complete for every single game here. Completing the challenges will unlock cosmetic items, and completing enough of them will cause other Pac-Man characters to come to the arcade and wander around. And honestly, it's really weird to have the ghosts from Pac-Man just casually walking around the arcade. As in, nearly all of these games, you are at odds with these same ghosts. But I guess they can just all get together, after work hours to hang out at the arcade. But putting that weirdness aside, is this game worth getting? Absolutely. At the price of $20, this is an absolute steal. As I know for a fact, I've put way more than $20 worth of quarters into more than one of the games on this collection. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Minute, originally released in 2018. Available on all modern platforms, retailing for $9.99. Minute is an adventure game, akin to Zelda, with the twist being that you will die after 1 minute. But anything that you have accomplished, and any item you have attained, you will still have when you respawn for your next minute. So you are constantly in a state of trying to figure out what the next minor goal you can accomplish in 1 minute is. You might need to kill a few crabs to get a cup of coffee. Now that you have that cup of coffee, you can move boxes. So you find where there are boxes to move that bring you to a new area. And the game goes on like this, ultimately leading you to find where your cursed sword came from, so that you can end your 1 minute at a time existence. Although the 1 minute thing is not nearly as daunting as it might first seem, as there are respawn points in every large area of the map, and once you figure out what needs to be done, you can easily do whatever that task is within that minute. And there is a button to force respawning if you find yourself having accomplished a goal, but then you have 5 or 10 seconds left, which wouldn't be enough time to do anything else, but would be tedious to just wait for the clock to count down. The graphics are charmingly old school, as you can see, being done in monochrome pixel art. Everything is depicted in a very simple style, but it is also obvious what everything is when you see it. Now, this game doesn't have much in the way of replay value, as once you know what needs to be done, you can easily beat this game in under an hour, maybe even under a half hour. But your first time through, going in completely blind, you'll be stumped quite a bit, with a blind playthrough easily taking 4 to 5 hours. There is a New Game Plus option, and that adds a few twists to the mix, and that might hold your interest for a bit longer. Overall, I would say that Minute is worth its $10 price tag. It's quick fun, and a nice distraction from when you're frustrated from playing some other game. If you play through it blind, you'll definitely get your money's worth. But this is the kind of game where a guide will completely ruin the experience. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Super Mario 64. Originally released in 1996 as a launch title for the Nintendo 64, and is still available to play today on the Nintendo Switch if you are willing to pay $50 a year for the privilege. Mario 64 is a 3D platformer collect-a-thon, meaning you run and jump around in 3D, and your goal is to collect stars. While it is not the first 3D platformer, it is usually the game people think of, because it truly crystallized exactly how the genre should play. It did this by forcing analog control on you, and giving you some control over the camera, which weirdly is explained to be an actual guy carrying a camera in this game, which is introduced to you right at the beginning and then you never hear from him again. This was a very different kind of game than Mario games that had come before it, as the goal wasn't to just reach the end of a bunch of stages. No. Instead, you had a limited number of stages that had multiple goals to accomplish in each stage. Each stage had 6 things to do, and each of these tasks would reward you with 1 star. It tells you when you start the stage what the particular goal is, and when you accomplish the goal, you get your star and are kicked out of the stage. And each of the 15 levels will have slight variations to it, depending on which star you're trying to get in which stage. Some stars can of course be gotten out of order, but that's up to the player to discover. There are a total of 120 stars, 7 in each level, 6 from accomplishing the various goals of the stages, and a 7th in each world by finding 100 coins, which is very easy in some levels and punishingly frustrating in others. There are also 15 additional stars that are hidden around the hub world that takes the form of Princess Peach's castle. The only other thing to mention about the gameplay is the boss fights. You fight Bowser 3 times. Each time you fight him, the arena's a little smaller. There's not much more variation. Mario 64 is a game that was very ahead of its time, as even today, the controls are somewhat intuitive to use, which is quite unusual for a game of this vintage. That is because the controls for this game are the basis for the controls of every 3D platformer that would come after this game. Also, many of the design decisions made would become hallmarks of this style of game. For example, the small number of worlds that are slightly reconfigured was done in this game because of the limitations of the Nintendo 64's cartridges. But 3D platformers continue to do this to this very day, even though storage space is no longer a problem. There is no practical concern forcing you to do this. Though the limited number of levels here certainly did not make them bland or run together. There is great variety in the levels. Pleasant, sunny green areas, deserts, lava hellscapes, even a world that plays shenanigans with your character's size, and several other options as well, making each level both stand out and be quite memorable when reflecting on this game, which may have been a launch title for the Nintendo 64, but it remains one of the best games available on the platform. But is it still worth your time today? Well, if the Virtual Console was still around, I would say absolutely yes, because on Wii and Wii U, Mario 64 only came in at $9.99. But as today, your only option to play Mario 64 is to pay a $50 a year subscription, I'm not inclined to say yes. And no, it's not the only game you get with that subscription, but $50 a year seems awful steep to play Nintendo 64 games to me, even as good as some of them are. So yes, this is an amazing game that really should be played by every gamer, but at the current price you need to pay, I simply cannot recommend it. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Gato Roboto, originally released in May of 2019. Available on PC, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox platforms, retailing for $7.99. Gato Roboto is a Metroidvania, where you play as a kitty. A kitty that's in a suit of power armor. While in the armor, you can jump and you can fire your weapons. And being a Metroidvania, you unlock more abilities for the suit, double jumping and rockets and all manner of other things. But you can also get out of your power armor and walk around as just a regular cat. You'll need to do this to swim and get through little spaces that the suit just won't fit through. But you need to be careful doing this, as you have no weapons when you're out of your suit, and one touch from an enemy will kill you. Being a Metroidvania, there is a ton of secrets to find, and as you get new powers, you unlock new areas to explore, and you can go back to old areas to find power-ups you missed, or rather that you couldn't access without your new ability. This game is trying very hard to be both cute and funny, and it generally succeeds in those goals, as throughout the game, the cat's owner keeps talking to the cat and wondering if it can even understand what he's saying. And all the boss fights are with rodents, who also have their own suits to fight you in. The graphics are monotone pixel art, which makes everything simple, but easy to understand. You can change it from black and white to two other colors by finding cartridges hidden throughout the game. This is an interesting idea, but I found the graphics were always the best looking in the original black and white. But that is probably just a matter of personal taste. This game is also very short. Even doing a 100% run won't take much more than 4 hours. Overall, I would say this game is absolutely worth your $8. It's short and quite enjoyable, and being a Metroidvania is quite replayable. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Paper Mario, originally released in the year 2000 for the Nintendo 64. It was available on the Wii, the Wii U, and currently is available on the Switch, if you pay $50 a year, for the privilege anyway. Paper Mario is a beginner-friendly roleplay game. Shockingly, the evil King Koopa has once again kidnapped the princess. And he took her whole castle this time. He apparently got the power to do this by disrupting the stars. So, you'll go to 8 conveniently themed areas, where you'll find a new party member, fight the minion that's in control of this area, and free a star spirit that will give you the equivalent of a spell in this game. And between each of these worlds, you'll get to see what Princess Peach is up to. She has a surprising amount of freedom for someone that's been kidnapped, and she inevitably finds out where Mario needs to go next. So you will do a lot of exploring of areas, and fight a lot of familiar creatures to the Mario world. In combat, you control Mario and one of his allies. There are 8 allies in total, but you can only have one in combat at a time. Every move in combat has some kind of timing game associated with it. When doing a jump attack, time a second button press right, and you do more damage. When using the hammer, hold the analog stick back and release it at the right time to do more damage. Your allies all work the same way, but with different gimmicks for each of them. You will find ways to make your allies stronger, which will give them more moves to use, and will increase their damage. All damage, by the way, is done in figures under 10. At the beginning of the game, you'll be hitting for 1 damage, and by the end of the game, you might be hitting for 5 damage with your standard attacks. Mario himself gets stronger in 3 separate ways. By gaining experience and leveling up, by equipping badges to do special attacks, and by getting pieces of equipment at certain points in the story. When you level, you get to increase one of 3 things: your hit points, your flower points, or your badge points. Badge points are interesting, as each badge you equip requires a certain amount of badge points, and each one gives you some kind of benefit, usually in the form of a new special attack. But they can do other things, such as just raising your attack value, or your defense value, or give you more hit points or flower points, though that is sort of a waste, as you could have just chosen that instead of the badge points. In addition to the combat, there is also a lot to do on the overworld in terms of exploring and simple puzzle solving. Much like in combat, Mario can jump and swing his hammer. Each of your allies has some kind of ability they use on the overworld. And as the game goes on, you'll find more complicated puzzles where you need to use more than one partner's ability to solve them. And you'll spend a lot of time switching your various allies in and out. There is also a healthy amount of optional content. You can fight in a dojo, or do favors for a particularly old Koopa. Search around areas to find star shards that can be traded for various things. And many more things if you're willing to hunt around for them a bit. But is Paper Mario still worth playing today? Yes, very much yes. It is the game I often recommend to people who want to know what playing a roleplay game is like. This is for several reasons. One, that it is fairly easy, and also fairly short, only clocking in at about 24 hours. The game also avoids any kind of melodrama, being very humorous and tongue-in-cheek throughout. But it also does a good job of introducing a lot of standard roleplay concepts, like inventory management, and gaining experience, and turn-based combat. And even if you don't end up enjoying every aspect of it, you'll still probably enjoy the humorous writing. And it won't be a huge time sink to see if this is your cup of tea or not. Now, on the Wii and Wii U, this game only cost $10. So it was very easy to recommend to people. But now, if you want to play it on Switch, you can't just buy it for $10. Instead, you have to pay $50 a year to Nintendo to have access to this. And yes, that gives you access to a lot more games than just this one, but that's a much bigger investment. So yes, I do recommend this game wholeheartedly, as it is a great game regardless of if you're new to roleplay games or if you're an old veteran. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Dragon Quest XI: Echoes of an Elusive Age. Originally released in July of 2017. Is available on all modern platforms, retailing for $39.99 on PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam. It is, however, $49.99 on Switch. Dragon Quest XI is a Japanese-style role-play game. You start the game as the Luminary, a reincarnation of a hero that's supposed to prevent a great calamity. But shortly after starting, you find out that some people think the Luminary will in fact bring about a great calamity. You then go on the run and end up solving problems wherever you go, because you're the hero in one of these games. So the basic story is fairly standard, but once you complete the basic story, there is a huge amount of post-game content where things get more complicated and involve time travel. Along the way, you get a whole gang of party members. Each one is somewhat specialized as a standard RPG class: thief, knight, monk, etc. But as they level, you get to choose how they progress. Each level, you get a few points that you can spend in their character grid. And every character's grid is unique to them. And there are story events that will cause these grids to get bigger. But these allow for a great deal of flexibility with a character. You could have your thief character specialize in daggers and be able to attack with various status effects. Or you could specialize him in boomerangs, so he will attack all enemies on screen at once. That's the kind of choice you can make with every character. This adds a great deal of replay value, as the game could be a completely different experience with a party that's been specialized in a different direction. The game also rewards you for exploring, more than with just equipment and items. There is an optional mini-game where you can make your own equipment, and also improve existing equipment. If you want to make the most of this, you need to explore and do side quests to get recipes, and also find the raw materials. At almost every point in the game, you can make better equipment if you do a little exploring than whatever you will find in the current shops. Some of the materials you need you will literally just find on the map. Other materials are dropped by monsters, which does bring us to combat, which is slightly different depending on if you're playing this game in modern 3D graphics, or if you choose to go for the old school 2D mode. 2D mode is much simpler for combat, and it plays the same way every Dragon Quest game has played since the beginning. Select commands for everyone in your party. They do them in an order that's based on their stats. The monsters then attack you. Repeat. But most people will probably be playing with the modern graphics. In the modern graphics, each characters do things one at a time. You select the command, they immediately do it. Then maybe one of your other characters gets their turn, or maybe one of the monsters gets their turn. But when it is one of your character's turns, you can actually move the character around during combat, although there's absolutely no point to doing this. Early on in the game, you'll move the characters around a lot for the novelty, but once you realize there's no benefit, you will stop completely. I certainly did. Also, one other important difference for combat in 2D versus 3D. In 2D mode, encounters are random. You walk and they just occur. In 3D mode, you can see the monsters, and you can avoid the monsters, or choose to engage particular monsters if you're after particular drops. And when you are leveled to a certain point in any given area, the monsters will start running from you, which is kind of a good indication that you're over-leveled for the area. There's a lot of voice acting in this game, and it's somewhat interesting that different areas of the map have different accents. Different cities are even themed around the sort of stereotypes you might associate with a particular country. This does add a lot of flavor, and at least makes every town feel somewhat distinct. This game is also fairly long, with the basic journey running you over 50 hours. Doing the post-game will give you another 30 to 40 hours of gameplay. And if you're looking to do everything you can in this game, you will probably be well over 100 hours before you put it down. Is this game worth the asking price? Absolutely yes, if you have any appreciation for Japanese-style roleplay games. It is definitely worth your $40 on PlayStation, Xbox, or Steam. And yes, being able to play it wherever you like on Switch makes it worth that extra $10 for the Switch port. This is definitely one of the longer and better Japanese roleplay games to come out in recent memory. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Duke Nukem 3D 20th Anniversary World Tour Edition, released in October of 2016, is available on all modern platforms for $19.99, except for the Switch, where it is only $9.99. What you get in this package is the original Duke Nukem 3D Atomic Edition, and its 4 campaigns. In addition, there is a brand new 5th campaign that was made specifically for this edition, called Alien World Order, and all of the footage you're seeing in this review came from Alien World Order. This version of Duke Nukem fixed several bugs with the original version, such as the world-going funhouse when you tried to look up and down. Now things look more as you would expect when you look up. And honestly, this is probably the best looking a build engine game has ever looked. The original 4 campaigns are all what you remember them to be, with all of their content intact. The one new campaign does add several new enemies and a new boss. The new levels keep the same sense of humor as in the original game, and often poke fun at things that were popular in 2016, including other shooters, which should come as a surprise to no one. The new levels do look very in line with the original game. Most of these levels do things that you wouldn't have seen back in '96. This is both because of development tools that were available back then, and also the hardware the game would have ran on. Like in the first of the new levels, where the Duke smokes a little something special, and suddenly the world starts playing tricks on you. This makes the new levels very interesting, as they aren't just reusing a bunch of old tricks. My only real complaint with these levels is the boss that's at the end of this campaign. He looks pretty cool and intimidating, but he mostly just wants to use a short-ranged flamethrower in your direction. And where you end up fighting him is a large enough area that it's very easy to take him out from a distance where he cannot hurt you. But that is a very minor issue, as the levels building up towards him are all pretty good. This is a wonderful way to experience the original Duke Nukem 3D, removing any burdens that come with trying to play mid-90s games on modern hardware. However, I do have one issue, and it's not really with the game itself. It's that when this version released, all other previous versions became unavailable. And this version doesn't have all the content that, say, the Duke Nukem Megaton edition had. And that version wasn't very old, having just come out in 2013. Now, I'm sure the reason for the change in content and the new edition had to do with licensing issues. And it is just very frustrating to not have all the content in one place. But putting that issue aside, is this version worth getting? Absolutely, yes it is. I personally recommend it on the PC through Steam, and $20 is a pretty good price for an excellent game from the 90s. And on Nintendo Switch, it's even cheaper at only $10. Now, playing it on Switch means no keyboard and mouse, but you can play it handheld and take it with you. So that's a pretty good trade-off in my opinion, especially since it saves you $10. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends.
Cool.
Celeste, released in January of 2018, retailing for $19.99, is available on all modern platforms. Celeste is a game of hard, precise platforming. And as you progress, the platforming gets more elaborate and more difficult. New mechanics are constantly drip-fed to you throughout the game. And you'll have a room where a mechanic is introduced very simply, and then several rooms that use it in a more difficult fashion, and then you'll see it mixed with other mechanics. And that sums up the entirety of this game. But there is more to do than simply getting to the end of each level. There are strawberries to collect. And if you look around, you can find this weird demake version of the game to play within the game. It is very important to note that while this game is difficult, it never feels unfair. It is very clear what you need to do and usually how to do it. The issue is always your skills. And you are free to attempt everything as many times as you'd like. And the game does keep track of how many times you die. As I got deeper and deeper into this game, I would find myself playing for shorter and shorter stretches, as I found this game enjoyable only in short bursts. After about 20 minutes to half an hour, I would have to quit, as I would find myself just getting too burnt out on overly precise platforming. But after a small break, I found myself coming back refreshed to meet the next challenge. I also found this game to be just a little easier when playing with an arcade stick. Having the 8 definite directions definitely made some of the platforming a little more bearable. But this is a matter of personal taste, as most of the people I've spoken to about this game find that idea to just be bizarre. So, is Celeste worth your money? At a small price of $20, this is a great game to play if you want some precise platforming fun. And if you're not entirely sure if Celeste is for you, it frequently goes on sale for as little as $5. And when you find it for $5, I absolutely think everyone should pick it up for that price. Please do. Like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Doom 64, originally released in April of 1997, exclusively for the Nintendo 64. But as of March 2020, it is now available on all modern platforms, retailing for $4.99. Doom 64 is an old-style first-person shooter. You run, you shoot, you can interact with buttons, but there is no jumping, and your only inventory is weapons, ammo, and keys in 3 colors. The gameplay is very much in line with the first 2 Doom games, but the levels are all new. And the sprite work is unique to Doom 64. And this makes every enemy and weapon look different, but still readily identifiable as what it is meant to be. The perception of Doom 64 has shifted over time. Back in '97, there was not much positive said about Doom 64. With early websites, such as The Antagonist, referring to it as the worst Nintendo 64 game, with many reviewers wanting the game to be more, and not simply a different flavor of Doom. But over the years, people have reappraised it and now look back fondly upon Doom 64, with some people half-jokingly calling this the real Doom 3. And truthfully, if you're looking for an experience that is in line with the original Doom games, Doom 64 is exactly that. The gameplay is not the deepest thing in the world, and you will not be troubled by much in the way of puzzles. Things will start out relatively slow and safe with just a few monsters, but soon you'll be fighting hordes upon hordes of demons, and trying to find hidden secrets in the walls, possibly looking for keys so you can finish the level. So yes, you may have already guessed that Doom 64 is absolutely worth getting and playing today. The price is only $5, regardless of your platform of choice, and it fairly frequently goes on sale. But with a base price of $5, I don't see a huge reason to wait around for a sale. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Infernax, released in February of 2022. Available on all modern platforms, retailing for $19.99. Infernax is a side-scrolling RPG and pseudo-Metroidvania, much in the vein of Legend of Zelda 2: Link's Adventure and Castlevania 2: Simon's Quest. You play as the Duke that rules over this area. Demons and the undead have started to attack the locals. You need to find and shatter 5 crystals so you can unlock the way to take care of the source of the problem. Each crystal is in a dungeon, and each dungeon will give you a new ability that will allow you to access more of the map. But you also spend a lot of time in towns, where you can be given side quests, and find spells, and new pieces of gear. But there is a twist. At various points in the game, and even during some side quests, you will be given a choice to make. You start having to make these choices from the very beginning. And these choices aren't just window dressing. They will have effects later on. For example, that choice at the beginning. At the beginning, a man asks for a mercy killing, as he is infected and suffering. You can oblige him, or you can try to help him. But if you try to help him, the infection takes over and he becomes a horrific monster. So you might think mercy killing is the way to go. But if you do that, you get locked out of a lot of later content. And you get locked out of one of the potential endings. Which, yes, this game has multiple endings. 9 in total. This game takes a lot of cues from the 8-bit days of gaming. Not just in its graphical style, although that is by far the most overt cue it takes. It also gives you hints in passing conversations with NPCs, and these clues can be frustratingly subtle. For example, there is a dungeon that's underwater. You cannot swim. There is a dam that will flood a town when you destroy it, but also reveal the dungeon. But one NPC gives you another option. He mentions that he saw the dungeon last time there was a lightning storm. So if you just go to the lake and use your storm spell, the dungeon will rise from the lake, and the town will be spared. So even if you talked to that NPC, you might not have realized the hint he was giving you when that dam is so much more prominently featured. Of course, as you play the game, you will get more pieces of equipment, more abilities, and more spells, and you might even find better versions of certain spells. It's interesting to note that every exploration ability you get is tied into your attacks. You get better at swinging your mace to destroy blocks in your path. You don't learn a double jump. You instead learn how to fly upwards with your mace in an attack, and later fly sideways with your mace in an attack. And ironically, neither of these moves are very good for attacking enemies. They are purely for you to get around with. But is Infernax worth your time and money? Yes, it is, especially if you are a completionist. There are many secrets to unlock, and quite a few ways the scenario can play out. And to see everything will probably take you about 20 hours. And at a price tag of $20, $1 an hour seems like a pretty fair trade to me. And if you're unsure, independent games like this go on sale fairly frequently, so it wouldn't be too hard to find this at a price of $15, or maybe even $10 if you wait just a little bit. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Chex Quest HD, originally released in May of 2020. Available for free on Steam or for $1.99 on Switch. Chex Quest HD is an update of the original Chex Quest, which was a promotional item given away with boxes of Chex cereal, which itself was simply a modified version of Doom. The original Doom, that is, not Doom 2016. This version uses the maps and weapons from the original version, only it's made in the Unreal 4 engine. And honestly, the game is all the weaker for it. The original Chex Quest had a lot of charm to it, with how overt it was in just being a Doom mod. with every weapon and every enemy just being a skin on top of an existing Doom asset, with all of this product placement just shoved in your face for Czech cereal in an almost parody-like fashion. And now you play this new HD version and all of the charm of the original is completely gone. It just looks weird and cheap, somehow cheaper than the original one did. And yeah, it's just as much of an advertisement for Czech cereal, but not in the badly charming way of the original. But having said all of that, if you're playing on a computer through Steam, this game is free. And absolutely check it out, specifically because it is free. It might give you a little bit of nostalgic warmness in your heart. But on the other hand, if you're inclined to get this on Switch, no, do not pay the $2 for it on Switch. It is absolutely not worth that $2. So I guess you can't really call this an endorsement of this game, as I'm saying get it if it's free. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Scorn, released October of 2022, retailing for $39.99. This is a first-person puzzle game with what could at best be described as light shooter elements. The game world has a biomechanical feel to it, primarily inspired by the artwork of H.R. Giger. And for that reason, there's a lot of imagery from this game that I simply cannot show in a YouTube video. You play as a humanoid creature that is not quite human. You find yourself wandering through the ruins of, presumably, your civilization, and you will see the corpses of not quite human beings scattered about the game at various times. But this is all just window dressing, as really you're just going from puzzle to slowly trudge forward. After about an hour of gameplay, I stopped seeing the artwork as strange or alien, and simply accepted it as the way this world is. It's also after about an hour that the light shooter elements can come into play. You get the first of several weapons, and if you're not careful, you'll have to use it on bizarre little creatures. But if you're careful around the creatures and don't let them notice you, you don't have to fight them. Most of the time, they will have pathing that will take them away from you, which is good because the actual shooting mechanics in this game are rather terrible. This is a game that's more about atmosphere and puzzle solving. And even if you did enjoy the shooting on offer, your ammo is extremely limited, and your melee weapon is god-awful. There is no dialogue or text of any kind within the game, so you are left entirely to your own speculation as to what is actually happening here. This could be the equivalent of an average day in this world. Or this could be the last survivor of this civilization fighting for his life. But either way, this is a very short experience, clocking in at only about 4 hours. So is this game worth your time and money? With a retail price of $40, I would say absolutely not. The game is far too short, and its puzzles far too easy to rationalize that kind of price tag. While I loved the atmosphere and the artwork, there simply isn't enough game here for its asking price. This would be a great game to recommend at a price tag of $10 to $15. But asking $40 for a game that is this short with absolutely no replay value, that is simply a joke. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Dead Space 2, originally released in January of 2011. currently retailing for $19.99, is available on Xbox platforms and on PC. Dead Space 2 is just more of Dead Space 1 in a lot of ways. The over-the-shoulder combat is exactly the same. The exploration of poorly lit areas is also the same. But it is not a one-to-one remake of the original. You're still playing as Isaac Clarke. At the start of this game, he's in some kind of mental institution, and given the events of the first game, that's quite understandable. Unfortunately for Isaac, we're taking control of him just as things are starting to go horribly wrong. Guess Isaac just can't catch a break. So, for the intro, you'll stumble around a bit, tell you jerry-rigged together a weapon, and after a little killing in your scrubs, you'll find yourself a fancy spacesuit, and Isaac will get back to doing exactly what he was doing in the first game. Only the settings will be quite different. While the first game primarily took place on a mining ship, this game takes place on a huge space station, which does have some industrial areas akin to the first game, but also features more urban areas. You'll find yourself going through apartments, a commercial mall area, even a school for young children, and a church of sorts. And these areas are made truly horrific, with necromorphs not seen in the first game, like the exploding babies, or these creepy children necromorphs that attack you in huge numbers, or these horrible creatures that peek around corners only to charge at you. Unfortunately, though, there are no real boss fights throughout Dead Space 2. Where the first game would often end chapters with a boss fight, Dead Space 2 prefers to let one chapter bleed into the next, and oftentimes the save screen will be the only way you know you've moved on to a new chapter. Dead Space 2 is also much more overt about when Isaac's mind is playing tricks on him. In the first game, there was always some level of ambiguity as to if what Isaac was seeing was real or not. Here, if Isaac's hallucinating, you will be very aware of it. A special camera filter gets used, and his hallucinations will behave in ways that no real thing could. The game does have some real standout moments, however. Whenever you're in a zero-G environment, your ability to float around it and explore it is amazing. And combat in the zero-G areas often becomes very disorienting, and can become quite panic-inducing. But is Dead Space 2 worth your money? While Dead Space 2 is absolutely not as strong as the first game, it is, however, still an excellent over-the-shoulder shooter. And if you're looking for more of that Resident Evil 4, Dead Space 1 kind of gameplay, there are a lot worse places you could go than Dead Space 2, especially for its humble price of only $20. Both Xbox and Steam put this game on sale frequently, oftentimes only wanting $5 for the experience. So yes, despite being weaker than the original, I absolutely recommend Dead Space 2. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. Released in July of 2021, retailing for $11.99 on Steam and various cell phones. This is another in a long line of remakes of the original Final Fantasy. It fixes a number of glitches that existed in the 8-bit original, and modernizes certain aspects of the original. However, what was changed to be more modern and what was kept original is a bit strange. For example, characters no longer have individual inventories. They all have access to your entire inventory of items in combat, meaning that items will be much more useful than in the original. Also, characters no longer continue targeting dead enemies. If their current target is dead before their action, they just target the next enemy, leading to much less frustration early on, and much less micromanagement later on when trying to grind regular enemies. But at the same time, they chose not to update how spells work in the game. So there are still 8 levels of spells, and each level of spells can only be cast a total of 9 times. And that's not 9 for each individual level 1 spell, that's 9 for all 3 level 1 spells you might have on a caster. So if you're grinding, your mages and wizards are very, very useful. And they're also very useful when encountering a boss, because spells are very powerful in this game. But when you're actually trekking to the boss through a dungeon, you're not going to want to use any of your spell casts. You're going to save those, making your casters virtually useless for a huge portion of the game. And yes, having access to your full item inventory gives them some use, but it doesn't really compensate for not being able to make free use of their full abilities. Other changes are by and large for the better. Graphics, sound, and the translation have seen huge improvements here. At the end of the day, this is still just Final Fantasy I, and it is a fairly rudimentary RPG. You pick 4 heroes. I'd recommend going Fighter, Fighter, White Mage, Black Mage, but you're free to choose whatever party you'd like. But being an early RPG, the Thief class can't actually steal. They're just the best at running away. Red Mages are the jack of all trades, and basically completely useless for that reason. They will never hit as hard as a fighter or monk. Their spells will never be as good as a dedicated white mage or black mage. But anyway, pick your party as you will, and then you find yourself in front of a castle in a town, and you need to go save a princess. And no, that wasn't an original idea when this game was first released back in the 80s. But once you rescue her, you find out that you need to go fix the 4 elements by killing the 4 elemental fiends. You'll get a boat, and later a flying boat. And midway through the game, your characters will all grow up, or refine their class, I guess. Warriors become knights. Thieves become ninjas for some reason. Your mages become wizards. And then at the end of the game, there's an inexplicable time loop paradox that's introduced out of nowhere. And like most time loops in fiction, it makes no logical sense if you think about it for more than about a second. So, is the pixel remaster of Final Fantasy I worth your time and money? Yes it is, because I do feel that any RPG fan should experience the original Final Fantasy. However, I don't think the vast majority of people should bother playing the original 8-bit version. This pixel remaster is only $12, and will play on even extremely low-end modern computers. Having said that, I do personally prefer some of the earlier Final Fantasy remakes. The PlayStation 1, the Game Boy Advance, and the PlayStation Portable all have excellent versions of Final Fantasy I. However, they are going to be a lot harder to track down at this point than going onto your cell phone or going onto Steam and paying $12 for the Pixel Remaster. So, for its convenience and cheap price, I absolutely recommend Final Fantasy The Pixel Remaster. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Castlevania Symphony of the Night, originally released in March of 1997 for the PlayStation. It has had several re-releases over the years and is still available on Xbox, PlayStation, and cell phone platforms. And its price varies wildly depending on the platform. iPhone and Android, it's only $2.99. Xbox platforms have it for $9.99. and it will cost you $19.99 on PlayStation platforms, coming in a 2-pack with Castlevania Rondo of Blood. Symphony of the Night was the first Castlevania to be a Metroidvania, that being a game where there is an emphasis on exploration, and exploration is gated by the abilities at your disposal. But it doesn't actually start off that way. The game actually starts with the final moments of Rondo of Blood. You play as Richter Belmont in a completely unlosable scenario, though your performance in this short part of the game does affect the stats that Alucard, the main character proper, will have when the game really begins. So, with Dracula defeated by Richter, the game proper begins, with Alucard running through a forest to the actual Castlevania, which is of course the series' namesake, and is the actual castle that Dracula calls home. If you stop and look at your stats and equipment, you'll see that Alucard is level 1, because this is the start of the game. However, he starts with some very fancy equipment. But don't get too attached to that gear, because an encounter with the Grim Reaper is gonna strip you of all of that. Now you'll wander about the castle, trying to find areas you can actually access. In keeping with being a Metroidvania, there will be a lot of backtracking as you play the game. You will see jumps that are just too high for you to make, and various obstacles that you are just not equipped to deal with right at the moment. But do take note of where these jumps and obstacles are, as you will eventually find the tools to deal with them. As you play, you'll find out that Dracula is not around. Instead, Richter, from the prologue, has apparently claimed this castle for his own. And if you decide to just go and kill Richter, you will have a very short and unsatisfying experience, but you will technically get an ending. But the better thing to do is take exploration to heart. Because if you are quite thorough in your explorations of this castle, you'll find out that it is literally only half of the game. You'll find out that there is an entire upside-down castle to explore. And that is because this game rewards you for putting in a little more effort. And in fact, there are several different endings you can get, all of which are predicated on you finding certain items and taking certain actions, which can lead to a very satisfying experience, or a completely unsatisfying experience. It all depends on how much effort you put in. And there is a lot of things to put effort into. There is a huge amount of equipment to find. There are spells you can find that use fighting game style inputs, various forms for Alucard to take, and various powers for those forms. Familiars to find and level up, and leveling familiars can lead to interesting effects. And of course, there are secrets everywhere. From breakaway walls to having different things happen when you have different items equipped. And all of that comes along with very beautiful 2D sprite work, and one of the best soundtracks that was ever on the PlayStation 1. I don't often talk about music on this channel, but every music track is just perfect for the area it is in this game. So this may be pretty predictable at this point, but I absolutely recommend Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It is often considered the greatest Metroidvania ever made, and while that is certainly debatable, it is certainly the game that crystallized what a Metroidvania would be going forward. So I recommend playing this one any way you can. And I don't recommend waiting for a sale. I think you should go on to your PlayStation or your Xbox and pay full price for this gem. And I truly hope that this game comes to PC and Switch one day. Please do. Like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE Encore. Originally released for the Wii U in December of 2015. is currently exclusive to the Nintendo Switch, having been released in January of 2020, currently retailing for $59.99. Tokyo Mirage Session is a Japanese roleplay game. You play as a group of teens who are slowly building their fame through a talent agency. But the talent agency and fame is just sort of a front, as everyone there has the ability to bond with a mirage, which are the monsters in the game. And they go and do kind of a superhero routine whenever there's a problem in Tokyo. They go into these little pocket dimensions and deal with the mirages and save people. The game is actually broken up into chapters, and each chapter follows kind of the same formula. One or more of the kids will have some new job they're working on, a TV show, a concert, etc. And of course, some kind of shenanigans will happen with the evil mirages, and they as a group have to go in and save the day. They will save the day by doing some light puzzle solving in some dungeons, and a large amount of turn-based combat. But the combat is unique in this game, as any character attacking a monster with its weakness will lead to other attacks being chained together against that monster. And later you'll get abilities, so after one monster dies, the chain will just continue on another monster. And you'll get abilities so even characters not in your party will still come and do a chain attack. So at a certain point, outside of boss fights, combat starts being really pointless. As every random encounter, you do one attack of the monster's weakness, and then the whole party of monsters ends up getting killed by one chain attack. But despite this, you will still need to seek out random encounters, as you need items you get from combat to make new weapons for your characters and unlock skills for your characters. And the weapons you make aren't just about higher attack power, they also unlock abilities for your characters. And you primarily learn these abilities off weapons through combat. So this game is what you might call a little grindy. However, the game does give you a shortcut for leveling and mastering weapons. You can go to the talent agency, and you can do these little optional dungeons. They're the same every time you go in, but you can do a version where you get items for experience, or a version where you get items to master weapons with. As you're in them, the enemies slowly get stronger, but you can always just leave and go back in to reset them to weak enemies to farm all the items to progress as you want. And it ends up being a lot faster than leveling and mastering weapons in the normal way. Outside of the main story, there's lots of side quests to do, both for random NPCs and for your party members. Specifically, doing party members' side stories will unlock special attacks that are randomly triggered during combat. These are interesting and visually striking usually, but they're random, so you can't really rely on them. When you're doing side quests for random NPCs, there is no quest log. So you'll either need to play with a pen and paper handy, or immediately do every request as you get it. This seems like a very strange oversight. You also have a ton of different cosmetic options. Each character has a whole collection of costumes, and each weapon looks unique. It's also a little strange that there is no voice acting option in this game. There is only the Japanese voice actors. No English option, no other language options. Which is fine, because all the text is, of course, in English. I'm just used to seeing multiple language options for the voice acting. Now, interestingly, this game originally started life as Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem. And while you can certainly feel the influence of both series on this game, it's hard to imagine how it could have started out as that given the final product. Nonetheless, the various spells and abilities in the game get their names from the Shin Megami Tensei series, and combat does use the rock, paper, scissor weapon mechanic from Fire Emblem, and while some of the monsters are original, many of them are influenced by one series or the other. So, is Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE Encore worth your money? Yes, I believe it is. However, I would note that while it does retail at $59.99, it is fairly easy to find it at $40 or even slightly less than that, and I think this is a worthwhile experience at about $40. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends.
これならどうだ。もらった。俺この日を逃すな。
Saints Row 4, originally released in August of 2013. Available on all modern platforms. Retailing for $39.99 on Nintendo Switch and $19.99 on all other platforms. Saints Row 4 goes in a very different direction than the other Saints Row games. While it is still an open world and very much a sandbox, instead of being somewhat grounded and fighting street gangs, you have superpowers and are fighting aliens. And this game actually started life as a DLC for the last game, Saints Row the Third. And you can very much tell that because there's a lot of Saints Row the Third still in this game. The map is only slightly modified from the last game. Character creation has all the same pieces to choose from, and you can in fact take your character from Saints Row the Third and use it in this game. In fact, the game will do that by default. All of the same clothing from Saints Row the Third is again available, plus only a very small number of new items. What's new here is the superpowers, and they primarily make pieces of gameplay irrelevant. You won't bother stealing cars because you can run at super speed. You won't bother getting helicopters because you can jump vast distances and glide. You won't bother killing every enemy individually when you can throw one explosive blast at them and kill all the enemies in a chain that way. This is also the reason you'll virtually never call for your homies to come help or recruit generic gang members. Your superpowers also lead to the game becoming easier as it goes on. As early on, when your powers are very limited, things are much more challenging. But as you unlock new powers, and simply power up your old powers, you become something of a Silver Age Superman. Too powerful for anything to ever really threaten you, and thus kind of boring. I believe it is for this reason that many of the story missions find reasons to strip you of your powers. As when you have superpowers, you're in a simulation that the aliens are using to house the last remaining humans. So story missions often take place outside of the simulation, or in a different sub-area of the simulation where there are no superpowers for arbitrary reasons. The game is actually most interesting when you're saving other people from the simulation, as when saving your friends you end up going to their kind of personal simulated hell, which is often represented by a different kind of gameplay, such as being a text adventure for one character, or a 16-bit style beat-em-up, a weird pseudo-stealth game, even a throwback to the original Saints Row. These all add a nice switch up to the gameplay, and are tragically a little too short. Unlocking each of your homies in the story will also unlock a bunch of side content. They all have lists of things to do that will unlock weapons and powers for you, and their lists are always just you doing various mini-games in the simulation. And after doing enough of their lists, each character has a loyalty mission that will unlock superpowers for that homie when you call on them. An interesting idea, but they don't use their superpowers very well. And because of how powerful your character ends up being, you don't have much of a reason to call a homie, even if they too have superpowers. This game is also very big on reference humor. For example, Keith David is here playing himself, so a ton of jokes with him reference They Live, and even Rowdy Roddy Piper shows up. But since Keith David played Julius in the first Saints Row, there are also a bunch of jokes referencing that. And this is the same way every character is handled in this game. There are one or two jokes they just keep on reusing. Sadly, the story is rather underdeveloped, as between the events of Saints Row III and this game, somehow the leader of the Saints, you, the player character, has become President of the United States. And there is absolutely no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And I'm not sure what the point of this was, as almost immediately the aliens invade and pretty much win. Which is why the vast majority of this game is taking place in an alien simulation, and it's not even clear how many humans are actually still alive, as you only ever save people that are directly related to the Saints. It just feels like there's a lot of questions here that went completely unaddressed. So is Saints Row 4 worth your time and money at this point? Yes it is, at least on Xbox, PlayStation, or PC, where you can have this game for $20 or less, as the game is not terribly deep, but there's a lot of fun to be had, super speeding around a city, blowing things up, causing mayhem, and playing different minigames. But costing twice as much on Switch, this game is simply not worth it. $40 is way too much for this game. So $20 is the absolute max I would recommend paying for this, and I've seen it go as low as $5 on Steam, Xbox, and the PlayStation Store. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends.
Don't worry, Paul, I'll pull one out for you. Oh, that's right. Pop that top. This town needs a new monument.
Collection of Saga Final Fantasy Legend. Released in December of 2020. Retailing for $19.99 on Steam, Switch, and cell phones. This is a collection of 3 Game Boy games, that being Final Fantasy Legend 1, 2, and 3. And these games are not enhanced in any way. These are very much the same games you played back on the Game Boy. The only changes made are a few very minor changes to the translation. If you are playing on a cell phone or Switch, you have the option for touchscreen controls, which can be placed as you like, in either a widescreen or portrait format. You also have the option of playing the original Japanese versions of these games. The fact these games haven't been changed is both wonderful for nostalgia, but can make them obtuse for a new player, as only Final Fantasy Legend 3 is really a traditional JRPG. And coming to terms with the mechanics in Final Fantasy Legend 1 and 2 can be a steep challenge for a new player. And this problem is made worse by the fact you don't have access to the manuals and charts that came with these games back on the Game Boy. And yes, all of this information is available online, but it should have been included and been easily accessible to the player while playing. But lack of manuals aside, these games were great games back on the Game Boy, and were quite impressive on that platform. However, today these games are a little rough. as they are still presented with the limitations of the Game Boy in mind. For example, you don't have a way of knowing how good a piece of equipment is. Is a longsword better than a battle hammer? There's nothing internally in-game to tell you. This information was provided on a chart that came with each one of these games. What does any given spell do? There's no description on any spell. And yes, some spells are obvious, but not all of them. Final Fantasy Legend 1 and 2 are also very obtuse games. They don't have traditional leveling systems like most RPGs, with a lot of progression being dependent on items and being purely random. Along with that, weapons are limited in their number of uses in both of these games, meaning that grinding for stat increases comes at the cost of money by having to buy new equipment, which makes becoming more powerful in these games a rather delicate balancing act. Final Fantasy Legend 3, on the other hand, removes most of the more obtuse elements found in the first two games, as we now have a traditional leveling system, and weapons no longer degrade with use. However, all three of these games have very high encounter rates, and will require a great deal of grinding if you intend to see the end of them. So, is this collection worth buying? Well, it is only 3 games, and there is absolutely no genre diversity here, but if you have nostalgia for these 3 titles, I absolutely recommend picking this up for the $20 price tag. And if you've never played these games and are curious about them, this is easily the cheapest way to play them, as finding the original Game Boy carts is rather expensive these days. But if you are new to these games, be ready to look up a lot of information online, as these games are rather hard and very obtuse, and most of that is due to the limitations of the Game Boy hardware. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Sonic Mania, originally released in August of 2017. Retailing for $19.99, is available on all modern platforms. What we have here is effectively a fan game with a budget, as the director of this game, Christian Whitehead, and several other staff members working with him, were known for making Sonic fan games and ROM hacks. So what you have here is a brand new 16-bit Sonic game, but made for modern hardware. However, it is not entirely new, as they go out of their way in this game to reference old Sonic games and old level designs. And yes, they often put their own twist on it, but you still can't help the familiar feeling. But despite being so nostalgia-crazed, the game does stay fresh by having a new twist in every set of levels, and every boss has a unique gimmick. You also have multiple characters to play through this game as, each one being unique enough that the game will be a different experience. Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails all behave exactly as they did back in Sonic 3. Sonic goes fast, Tails can fly, Knuckles can climb and glide. The Encore DLC also adds Mighty the Armadillo and Ray the Flying Squirrel. Mighty is basically invincible when he rolls into a ball. Ray the Flying Squirrel can fly, but differently from how Tails flies. I never quite got the hang of it personally. The Encore DLC also adds an Encore mode, where you play through basically the same levels, but they've been remixed a bit. And there's also a second story in the Encore mode if you're actually paying attention to the story in Sonic the Hedgehog. The nostalgia baiting in the game does cut both ways, however. as I was delighted with the levels taking inspiration from older games, but I also hated that the blue sphere levels from Sonic 3 made a return. But it was nice that unlocking the Chaos Emeralds was done through an entirely new minigame. Well, new might be a step too far, as it is basically what would happen if you mixed the Emerald stages from Sonic 2 and Sonic CD. So, is Sonic Mania worth your time and money? Yes, it is, so long as you have any appreciation for 16-bit side-scrolling games. And $20 is a fairly cheap price, so if you're on the fence about it, I would say go ahead and take that plunge. It's worth noting that if you buy a physical copy of Sonic Mania, it comes with the DLC. But if you buy it digitally, it's the same $20 price tag, but the DLC will cost you an additional $5. The DLC includes the 2 new characters, and the Encore mode. For that reason, I would recommend getting a physical copy. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Super Bomberman R, released in March of 2017, retailing for $39.99, is available on all modern platforms. Bomberman as a whole is a series that has not changed very much over time. The graphics might have gotten a little shinier, but the fundamentals have not changed. You lay down bombs that will shoot fire in 4 directions. You use these bombs to kill enemies inside mazes and to remove obstacles inside mazes. The majority of levels require you to remove all enemies. Every once in a while, there's something different where you need to flip so many switches or escort an NPC to the exit. But regardless, it's still setting down bombs in a maze. Of course, there are power-ups of many varieties. Ones that let you lay more bombs, or that make your bomb fire shoot further, make you move faster, or able to kick the bombs. And there's an equivalent power down for all of these too. And you need to be careful when getting power-ups, because your bomb fire can kill you, just like everything else. And most of the time when you die in any Bomberman game, it's because you got caught in your own blast fire. There are also bosses at the end of each set of levels. They are all fairly large and have some kind of gimmick as to how you hurt them. There is a story of sorts here. Each set of levels is actually you going to a different planet in the story. But this is a Bomberman game, and I had no interest in any kind of story for that. I was here for bomb-based combat in mazes, and this game very much delivered on that. There is also an online multiplayer option, and it has several ways to play on offer. Both co-op and competitive are on the table, so you could work through the story together, or try to kill one another with explosives, or compete with 63 other players in a kind of battle royale. So, is Super Bomberman R worth your money? Yes, but not at the $40 digital price tag. You can get this game physically for $20 at most retailers now. And this game is definitely worth a $20 price tag. And I've seen new physical copies go as low as $15. So if you're interested in this, I would recommend waiting till you're going to be at your next video game retailer and picking this up. Regardless if you're interested in a single-player or multiplayer experience, there's enough content here to justify a $20 purchase. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Soma, released in September of 2015, retailing for $29.99, is available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation platforms. And what we have here is a first-person survival game taking place in the future and under the sea. You stealth around monsters and you solve puzzles. And it goes on for about 10 hours. And now I am going to need to get much more into spoilers than I normally would for a game. So if you don't want this game spoiled at all, just know that I do not recommend Soma. So the game starts in modern times, and you're a guy who has been in some kind of tragic accident. And he has had some kind of major brain trauma that doesn't seem to have affected his motor skills or brain function, but will, however, be lethal for him, at least over time, and he's involved in some kind of brain scanning experiment to seek treatment. And that apparently does not go well. Next thing he knows, after the brain scan, he's now woken up and it's the year 2104. Or thereabouts, and he is in a particularly run-down looking undersea base. Exploring, he finds out he's basically alone, except for some mechanical monsters of some description. But as he goes on, he starts to encounter robots that are under the impression they're people. These are here because apparently, at some point between when he got his brain scan and when he suddenly woke up, a comet impacted the Earth, leading to an apocalypse scenario. So the people in the sea base that have determined they're the last people left alive, though it's not entirely clear how they made this determination other than they can't actually contact anyone else, have decided they're going to upload their consciousness into a satellite that they will launch into orbit so that their consciousness will be the last preservation of mankind. And they apparently also put copies of their consciousnesses into these robots, who are now stuck in loops and seem to have forgotten that they put themselves inside robots. And this is why this entire game and its premise seem horribly and hopelessly pointless to me. As the vast majority of robots you encounter are malfunctioning in some way, where they're either caught in a loop or don't seem to be able to process what's going on around them, this leads me to believe that there is some kind of flaw in the process of uploading one's consciousness into a robot. Now, it's possible this process worked at first, and these robots and their hardware has just become corrupted over time. But if that's the case, wouldn't that same corruption take place on the satellite they want to launch into orbit? And who is that satellite for, ultimately? Because isn't the whole point that humanity has been wiped out as a whole? Is this satellite just for some hypothetical aliens in the future to find? And even if they do, what are they going to do with it? And the whole reason the player character is here at all is because apparently the scan of his brain is like the default tutorial they give to explain how to make an AI. So apparently in all software to scan brains, there is all of his consciousness and all of his memories just there as a throwaway tutorial. Which does make me wonder how many copies of this guy have been walking around in robots. We're also told later that the monsters wandering around are actually a manifestation of the corruption inside the AI that actually runs the sea base. And since all AI is apparently based on this guy's brain scan that was from a damaged brain, is that the reason that the station and all the people that have become robots are malfunctioning? Because they never actually addressed the damage that was with that guy's brain when they first scanned it? Was no one else ever scanned and mapped by this machine? Is this plan to save copies of people the first time it's been done since? You know, maybe had they not just spelled out that you're just an AI in a shell, maybe let the player see subtle hints of that and come to that conclusion themselves? Instead, they throw away that reveal in a completely meaningless fashion. And it's not just the nonsensical nature of the story that bothers me. It's also the wasting of potential that I saw in this game. Setting everything under the sea, there's a lot you could have done with that, especially in a horror setting. But sadly, the ocean is seemingly empty. Even looking in the distance, you see no silhouettes of anything swimming. The most you ever run into are more malfunctioning robots, and they're usually played for laughs. But I digress. So, is this game worth your time and money? Well, I already said earlier that I don't recommend this game, especially not at a $30 price point. If you are morbidly curious about this game, or just super into stealthy survival games, I would recommend waiting for a sale. This is a game that very much wants you to believe it's deep and has a lot to say. Sadly, it simply isn't and doesn't. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Ghost Song, released November of 2022, available on all modern platforms at a price of $19.99. Ghost Song is a Metroidvania taking place on an alien world, where you and a number of other survivors are stranded due to a science fiction field preventing you from leaving the planet. You are referred to as a dead suit, and it's left thoroughly ambiguous as to if you are simply a suit, a person in a suit, a robot, or something else entirely. There are multiple points in the story where NPCs offer to help you figure out what you are exactly, but the dead suit declines all of these offers. Each NPC has their own story going on, and if you want to spend time hunting them down and interacting with them, you can be rewarded for finding out their stories. And this gives you a secondary goal as you try to accomplish your primary goal. That being finding parts for the NPC's spaceship, and figuring out where exactly the science fiction field is coming from that leaves them stranded on the planet. Finding each of the parts will come with a boss fight, shocker of shockers, and you'll also find a new ability that will help you get around the planet and to new areas. You have many weapons at your disposal, though you cannot equip them all at the same time. You will always have your standard blaster, though there are ways you can modify it with parts. You will have alternate projectile weapons, which take many forms. Some are necessary to break certain barriers, others can light enemies on fire, and many other options. And you will also have a melee or short-range weapon. Your melee weapons get more powerful as your primary blaster overheats. And by attacking with your melee weapon, you get rid of the excess heat. But it's always risky to get close enough to use your melee weapon. This game does have multiple endings, and also a New Game Plus option, so there's lots of replay value here. This is the kind of game that has a lot of story, but not a lot of answers to give. When thinking about the characters and events here, you'll have a lot of questions, and you'll realize there's no definitive answers to any of them. So it is left up to the player to draw your own conclusions. And there are lots of secrets and conversations to find, so there may be definitive answers if you just look hard enough. And that, in and of itself, might keep you coming back to Ghost Song. So, is Ghost Song worth your time and money? Absolutely, yes it is. At its price tag of $20, you're getting a great value here. A great Metroidvania experience with many secrets to find and a lot of points to debate over. Please do like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends.